Where is everybody?
The important people.
Is he important or important?
Important.
Test 1, 2.
Always worried about crossing the line into his space.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting. This is our public hearing. Today is Friday, April 21st, 2023. We apologize for the delay. Thank you for bearing with us. We had some technical issues, so we've had to move from the council chambers over to the community room. So bear with us this morning. We still have some technology, but not as much as we did across the room. So, but we're all here.
We do have a flag now.
Yes, we do have a. We have a quorum. We have a flag. We have audience. We have presenters. So we're ready to get going. So, just a gentle reminder for those that have your smartphones, iPhones, cell phones, if you'll just silence those for us, please. And that includes the Design Review Board members as well. Our first order of business is roll call. So everybody's here except for Teresa. Miss Rhodes is not here this morning, and our alternates are not here, but we have 6 of us here today for a quorum, so we can get moving forward. Okay, next item, if we'll stand, we'll face the flag, and we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you for that. Next item, anything from staff? Any items from staff?
Nothing today, no. Taste of Alpharetta will be before our next meeting.
May 11th.
11th, I believe it is.
Okay.
New ticketing procedures there, I hear, so look on their website, Taste of Alpharetta's website, for that information. I think it's all electronic now, no paper tickets.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and Michael Woodman will be here next month instead of me, so take it easy on Michael.
Are you going on a cruise?
I am. I'll try to get him up to date as much as possible. So
Tracy will really be in charge.
Tracy will be in charge.
Yes, and our next meeting is May 19th.
May 19th.
The third Friday of the month. So, all right, thank you for that. Okay, any items from board members this morning? Anything? Any birthdays? Any anniversary? Couple days. When's your birthday?
Thursday.
Thursday. Well, happy early birthday.
Thank you.
Okay. Very good.
Right.
In 2 weeks?
Have a margarita and some guacamole. I'm sticking to mine.
There you go. All right, very good. All right, thank you for that. Okay, we don't have any meeting minutes to approve this morning, so let's get on to our...
Meeting minutes, they're in the packet.
They were in the packet,
But we didn't.
they went in.
We
Yeah, I did,
Seriously?
yeah, I didn't
I
even
didn't get a
see
chance to
them. Okay, no, I didn't even see them in the packet.
Should we do a motion or something?
It's,
What-
they,
we-
they were in today's packet.
Today's,
Or the
I
redid one.
re-downloaded last.
oh, I didn't. Okay, well, let's do this. Let's just, we'll do them next meeting. So when Mr. Woodman is here, we'll do the March meeting minutes and the April meeting minutes. So, all right, thank you for that. I just, okay, very good. All right, let's get on to our applications this morning. Our first applicant is Cabinets to Go. You're here. Come on down, or come on up. And if you'll give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Yes, we're asking for approval of the new signage at, for the Cabinets to Go location in Alpharetta. It's the same signage that was approved for Gracious Homes before, where we're doing the exact same signs, but with the branding of Cabinets to Go.
Okay, very,
So it's, in your packet, you'll see on the one on the first page is the sign that's going to be on the armature on the walkway, and then above the front door.
This packet?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, the only reason I ask is because the colors of what's printed look a lot different than what is on our screen.
Yeah, the electronic didn't get off.
Do you have a color sample?
So is this accurate? This purple is accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Thank you. So that is the company color that's used nationwide. We have 100 stores, and it's used in all the branding, website, and with all the signage at the locations. So it is recognized by our customers as far as much as their name. There's two signs on the front, and then on the side of the building, there's an armature on the next page. It comes off the building, and it's a small hanging sign.
that's great.
And then in the parking lot side, you can, there's one side of the door as well, the main entrance, and that's as you enter the parking lot on the main entrance.
So the signs are the same style as Gracious Home in that they're the foam, faux wood grain, raised frame, raised letter.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so they're all, it has a wood grain, it's a raised leather, with a frame on it. And the armature is a wrought iron, it's the same one that was approved for Gracious Homes. It's a wrought iron armature, and then same thing at the side facing out or coming.
Is it lit at all?
I'm sorry?
Lit?
No, they're not illuminated. There's no external,
Their Gracious Home has a gooseneck over the sign.
Yes, I'm sorry, there is.
You gonna keep that same gooseneck?
Yes.
I think the sign style is fine. I think the color is fine. And I know it's your corporate color, and we get that a lot, right? But our consideration is the color's got to fit with downtown. I wish I had an actual color sample as opposed to just the printed, because in our experience, usually it's not that accurate.
Yeah, this is an accurate color of, on the packet of the color that we use. I do all the signage, responsible for the color branding for Cabinets to Go, and that is an accurate color.
I just feel like the Gracious Home, kind of the teal blue is a more historic looking color. Now, one of the options maybe we look at is, do we reverse the colors on the sign? The letters become the purple, if we call it that, and the sign background becomes white or something.
I think the white background would blend in with the house. I wonder if you could almost make the background go more with like the front door and have purple letters. I think the white's just gonna look
what, you lose it? I mean,
I think you'll lose it, it's just gonna
Okay.
have to cheapen it.
Well, there might even be a similar shade that would work, something deeper and richer looking.
Well.
And this, it just looks a little plump, you know, a little too bright.
Kind of plain too.
The problem, I guess, like for, the obstacle would be for changing the color is that our customers recognize that. And a lot of our customers, have shopped and had an experience with cabinets in the past, and it will have a negative impact where we do not have on our sales as far as on the store being successful if we're not able to have our colors because it is recognized.
I disagree with that.
There's
because we-
right there's your sign that's, right? It's backwards, purple letters, white background.
and
I wonder if it, even
Those
if
are
it's
channel
added
letters.
like a border or
It's like
something.
this. Oh, on this building.
These are,
You know, some
these are
signs are
just
more like
pictures
that.
of different places across the United States that, where they use their logo. And that's off the website where you can see that color is their color. It's kind of like Home Depot's orange. I mean, a lot of companies have colors that are very well associated with their brand. And these guys have this color all over the United States.
Well, with all due respect, all of those pictures are not very attractive, buildings or signage. And we're talking about downtown Alpharetta, which is historical, and we have a standard that we'd like to uphold. And we've done it many times where we've reversed letters. If somebody's got a blue background
Yep.
and white letters, they've made a blue letters and white background. We do it all the time. And I disagree that it will negatively affect. People aren't looking for the color, they're looking for the company. I disagree with that, but
I do think you have a prime location, right there on the corner.
Yes.
And this is a personal opinion. I think that there's a way to sort of make your sign more elegant. Maybe even adding a different back. It's just, what we're seeing, how it's being presented is just kind of a standard color, two colors. I wonder if they could add more like around the outside. Some of the signs downtown are almost like I'm using this very flat, but just like a brownish kind of background. Even if they use I don't mind like the wood grain kind of style that they're showing, but if it was like more of a border on it with it sort of inset, like the logo sort of inset in it. So it's like I'm not making a lot of sense, but if there were a builder here that could help, or a sign person, but if you've got like a cool piece on the back that's got some texture to it, and then set the logo within it.
So it's more layered.
So it's a part of it versus just a
Flat.
printed piece, basically.
Yeah.
Is
Here's-
that making any sense?
Yes, and that's how it's built. So that frame is raised on all the signs.
But it's
So-
just purple and white. There's not a lot.
Here's another thought that I think complements Katie's suggestions and Holly's suggestions. You want to present yourself elegantly to an elegant market.
Okay.
If we were looking at the same sign with the same colors and you had a fillet, a little round notch out at each corner, or that was defined by the white trim that had that fillet notch out, it would transform the presentation of that rectangular sign in a way that complements the building and the way Holly suggested that would honor Alpharetta.
And I think that that's a great suggestion, and I think it would bring out that color from the building instead of just the white. Or the white, changing it to the white background. And I agree with you. I think you're going to lose it with the color of the building. But if that is something that we were able to do, I think it would tie it into the building, whether we did some type of decorative shape to the corners, like suggested.
almost like scallop them or something.
Can I show you a couple things?
Yes.
And again, this is not the borders. This is sort of some of the things that I'm thinking about. Right? You've got a unique kind of backdrop. This is very popular in downtown Alpharetta. I'll show you guys. And I think you could still incorporate your colors and stay within your brand. but that's going to stand out a lot more and something like that. Did that align with what I was saying?
Yes.
I don't have
Yeah.
And also the
Oh, yeah.
sign number 4 that shows the bracket with the metal filigree on it
Yeah.
would be something that would complement and work well with that little fillet on each corner.
Yeah, so tying it in from the bracket or somewhere where it makes sense.
It adds elegance to the presentation that you're wanting to create here.
I think that's a great idea. I think that we can definitely do that where we're adding some type of element to the sign.
I propose that we stay with the colors, but enhance the boundary appearance of the sign that would transform what we're looking at this morning.
To be honest, I'm still stuck on the color. I don't think the color works in downtown, no matter what you do to the border of the sign. Is there in the historic palette, is there a purple? Do you know? Do we have that?
I don't know if there was a purple. I don't even know that Williamsburg palette that we had
Yes,
from the back is even a thing anymore.
Okay.
I can
There's
try
more
to.
color coming to that area. We just approved those green awnings across the street for those 2 new buildings. I mean, there is more color kind of coming to that area. I think if it was done tastefully, it wouldn't be so in your face. Right, I think the way it's put here is just looks like purple smacked on a white building and it's not tasteful. But I think it could be redesigned.
Give it some character. Okay.
In the background of it, must have purple letters, as well as the background of it has the styling like the have the character that you're at.
So you're saying maybe, Pat, the corners get scalloped or rounded or something? And then there's
the
more,
background's
and
not
there's,
purple, maybe the letters are purple.
there's more depth to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of a rustic sign on the back with their colors in the letters.
It's just such a prominent location.
It is, especially now the
Now
DOT's,
that DOT's
he's wiped out everything through there, so.
Currently, there's the armatures, the two different armatures, plus there's detail in the building, and it is a simple slat wall, and we didn't want to make it we wanted to keep it within the building to enhance it, like what was said. I think that would be a good way to add an element where it's not taken away from the building, it's not taken away from the look of the area either, but we could take some elements from the building and then the armature to add a flair to it.
Some character or something.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest, the armature, as you phrase it, has more character to it than just the rectangular sign itself that it's hanging. So I agree with you. If you can entail the both together, that would help for sure.
So we'll, I assume we defer so that we can come back with.
Take that with the comments. I think we should be clear on, is everybody opposed to the purple background? Try to incorporate the colors maybe in the letters or something?
I don't mind, I actually don't mind the purple.
Background? You don't mind it as a whole background?
I don't. I have more issues with the font.
Well, that you're not getting changed.
No.
The color, I do believe the color can work with a reevaluation of the framework of the sign itself, even with the same logo and the same colors. Maybe the font could be, I know it's your standard, but maybe there'd be some way to tweak it a little bit, because it's a sans serif font, and I know that sans serif font is what you've been running with the whole time. But if it was a serif font and it was close to what you got with the same colors, it would give a deeper elegance to your statement.
Do you feel like we've given some good comments we can take back for some revision?
Yes, I do. I feel like the feedback, I feel like we can come back with a design that would be pleasing to the area. And we're looking to enhance it. It is an incredible location and area of the city. But as far as the font, I mean, that is our brand. It's going to be very difficult to change that. But I do feel that we could create that look of the sign to give it more character, like you had said. And I'm very confident of that.
So do we need
Okay.
a motion to do that?
Yeah, let's do a motion for, that'll give the applicant time to come up with some more creative,
Okay.
give their sign a little more character. How about that?
Perfect. All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230011, cabinets to go, I would like to make a motion that we defer the signage under motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Ms. Palmer to defer the application. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition, so motion passes 6-0. Right. Very good. Thanks for your time this morning. I appreciate it. And thanks for bearing with
When
us.
you come back, can you bring a color sample?
Yes, that'll be.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a good vision of that. I think that we can definitely do that.
I asked for you to
Okay.
get your color sample.
Our next applicant's going to be Eden at Lakeview. Are you here? Eden at Lakeview. All right, come on down, please, or come on up and we'll, or you're going to plug in, okay? All right, very good.
Richard, do you want that podium moved? Are you good seeing the screen?
Like I said, yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
It's low enough.
I like when you give us ideas.
All right, are you all set back there?
Yes.
All right, very good. Good, so if you'll, obviously you have a microphone, that's good. So if you'll speak into the microphone, introduce yourself, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name's Adam Slight. I'm with Oakhurst Signs. And the property is Eden at Lakeview. We are proposing 2 blade signs, 1 canopy sign at the leasing entry, 1 parking entrance sign to the parking garage, and 2 TBD mural areas inside of the parking deck structure that have yet to be designed.
Okay, walk us through each of those, if you will, then.
Location 1 is a illuminated blade sign. It's at the northeast corner. As you can see, BL1 on the top right of the screen, which is right there on Haynes Bridge.
Do you have color samples?
We do not have color
More
samples,
of
no.
that green color, okay.
Is it the same color as the building except for the green?
That is correct.
Green can go all different directions.
There's some detail.
So the left-hand side is during the day, for instance, and then the right-hand rendering is at night.
That's correct.
All right.
the letters Eden and at Lakeview will illuminate. And the panel that Eden is applied to will have a soft halo glow back to the green panel.
So is it going to illuminate green, or is it going to just illuminate the green panel?
It's going to be a soft white wash of light
Of
onto
the
the panel.
Okay.
So there's two locations of this one. The second location is at BL2, which is the top left of this sheet.
So do you have a pointer that you can just,
I do not.
oh, you don't, all right. Oh, there's
Oh,
somebody
actually, I
does.
do have this.
He's got a mouse.
You guys, can you
Somebody's
see?
got-
Can you guys see this?
We can see that.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. So that's, show the two locations then, if you will, on, okay, there's one,
There's location 2,
okay.
location 1, and there's the rendering for location 1, and the rendering for location 2. And elevations for each as well.
All right, so hold right there a second. Can you describe what the materials are for each
Yes.
area, or
the-
each portion?
The basis of the structure is aluminum.
So everything's kind of aluminum, all right?
It's all painted finish. The letters Eden are a depth of 3 inches, and they're internally illuminated with a translucent face. The cabinet at Lakeview, the letters themselves are what's called push through. So they are routed out of that aluminum face and backed with acrylic.
So that's where it says at Lakeview, that surround area is an aluminum panel for that matter.
Correct.
Aluminum,
And
okay.
the dark color is a day-night film, so the light comes through it at night, but it shows up as a dark color during the day.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Okay.
And that's it for materials.
All right, any questions on those, on the blade, I'll call those blade signs, large blade signs? Okay,
Next, we have sign on the canopy, which is the entry to the leasing center. It's adjacent to the parking garage entry as well.
okay. All right, walk us through the materials and colors for that one.
Right, so the letters will be made in the same fashion as for Eden as they were on the blade sign. They will be a little deeper, just to give it some dimension. They will have the translucent illuminated faces, and then at Lakeview will also be routed out of the aluminum background, and so that will also illuminate.
And the background of I guess that's the raceway, I'll call it, or what the sign is,
Right.
or what the letters are standing on, that is kind of a deep forest green?
It is yes.
On page 8.
Yep. Okay, yeah, okay, thank you. No.
I don't think we need to review any of the other signs, the parking or the mural areas.
Okay.
I think just these 3.
The only question I had was how is that sign being mounted on the canopy? And I can see that now that there's some sort of a metal angle. And
Yes.
That's behind the solid raceway where at Lakeview is, so you won't see that.
That is correct, and we will be coordinating with the canopy supplier who is doing a design build, so this is, this section is not set in stone from their perspective.
All right, any questions about that?
The only thing I would say is maybe color samples should be submitted to staff for final approval, just to make sure, it's probably fine, but hate to have built it and then say we don't like the green or whatever.
Well, and as Katie mentioned, they have shown or told us what the colors are, but sometimes what the printed, what's on our monitors and what's printed doesn't necessarily reflect the actual samples or actual colors. Okay.
That's
All right.
correct.
Very good. Yes?
All right, regarding DRB 230017 Eden at Lakeview, I would like to make a motion that we approve the signage as presented today and that the applicant shall supply paint color samples to staff for final approval. And a motion.
I second.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Owens. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right. Adam,
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Just
this
so
morning.
I'm clear, you guys are good with the way it looks on the paper, the hunter
Yes.
greenish.
Yeah.
As long as it looks like that, we're good.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, very good.
It looks pretty close in line.
All right, thank you for that. Our next applicant is Bridge Road Holdings. You're here. You go ahead and start getting set up, all right? Very good, thank you.
Okay, we're doing pretty good. No.
Bridge Road Holdings, all right. All right, tell us when you're ready. All right, thank you. Paul, you may need to speak, if you'll speak into the microphone back there. Sorry to interrupt, but thank you.
On my team, we've got Susie Famin here from Capital City View Homes. We have Brian Cole, who is from Brian Cole Engineering. He did the engineering, site civil engineering for the project. We've got Sarah Spencer from Frawley and Associates. Did a great job on the landscaping. We've got Mark in here representing Jennifer Pickler, who could not make it today. She is the architect for the project. So with that said, I'd like to invite Brian to walk us through the site layout and development.
Very good, thank you.
Well, that's the, I'm Brian Cole, BC Engineering. Yeah, there you go. Oh, there it is. So it's an old undeveloped site, as you know. Morris Road was relocated several years ago. And so we're dealing with the lower site there with the Waffle House. It's been a graded, developed site, and there are some significant trees in there that we're working with staff. We've had multiple meetings with staff on the site layout. You want to go ahead and jump to the site layout? Get back there. Go to the next one. That's probably it. So what we're proposing is two buildings. One is 19,300 square feet, L-shaped type building up there with some retail and office in there. And the lower building is going to be a medical office primarily for orthodontists, as he's one of the owners in the company. We've worked with staff to the parking and the drive aisles, and right now we've got some underground detention proposed in the parking lot. We met with Jill several times on what we're doing, and she's in agreement with that. From the original meeting, we have relocated the tree save from the center island because the way it was originally located, we wouldn't save as many trees, so we can get a better grouping of trees by relocating it up on Old Milton Parkway. Can you put the pointer up when that, where the L shape was shut down, or I can't? Yeah, get the pointer. He's got a pointer up in that area there.
That's the tree save area now.
That's a significant, larger.
And we have some here as well.
Yeah, larger grouping of trees, which staff has agreed that we could get a better grouping in there. We've graded the site so that, you know, there is going to be some visibility from, I guess it's State Bridge Road, I still call it, you know, up in State Bridge Road coming through. And then we're coming through Morris Road with an entrance, because the signalized entrance, of course, with that whole interchange in there. Coming down Morris Road to move the screen up just a little bit. Other way, I'm sorry. Yeah. With the intersection from there, kind of separate it from where the stop sign is down in there for now. Again, working with the grades and trying to balance the site, and that was the main reason, because it was a significant cut and fill from the original design. That once we got into the real grading plans, they had modified it and tried to save more trees, and that was the main reason we modified the tree save area, was to save more trees. Going further into it, I guess you want to jump over to the tree save plan. I could get Sarah up here. But that's where we're at. We've, like I say, met with staff several times, and I can introduce Sarah Spencer here on all the trees, what we're doing, because she's met with David multiple times on that. And that's kind of the driving force for this layout right now, is trying to save as many trees as we can in there. So, you want to jump in?
Brian, a couple questions for you, or
Certainly.
at least one. So the, what's the finished floor elevation of, is that building one? The dog, I'm calling that the dog leg building. So
Yeah.
what's the finished floor elevation of that
Does it say 16
building
or 14?
versus what
So
the,
1016 is the finished floor of the first building.
okay, 1016, and then, for instance, I'm just trying to get a reference, in
Yeah.
the Waffle House, the existing Waffle House,
That's
what-
going to be about 1024.
1024, so there's an 8-foot difference, is that right? Am I-
Yes, approximately
okay.
8 feet in there, yeah.
10,
And then the second floor is
okay.
going to be at 1026. And the actual interchange up above Waffle House is about 1026 to 1028. So
Okay.
you're going to really just see the second floor of this building, which is even going to be landscaped heavily through behind Waffle House on our site and the frontage. So we've designed it with some gaps in there so we can get signage, and work with David on the type of materials we can need, because there's an overhead power line going down State Bridge Road on our side of the road also, along with other utilities like water and gas. So
Understand, okay. So is there any kind of a retaining wall then between, I'll call Waffle House and building
the
one?
first floor of the main building, the L shape, there is a concrete poured wall right now that is not going to be really seen from about where the notch is in the building. Show them where the notches are.
The top of the wall is 1023, and then the Waffle House is 1024. So from the Waffle House, you will not be able to see this wall.
It's pretty level then, is what you're,
Yeah, if you look, there's a 1022 contour taking the water around the building.
So what are the extents of that wall? What's start to stop? Where's that wall start and stop?
It starts from here, it's all around, it's in here, it's 1028,
Does it go past the bottom of the screen right now?
and,
Okay, thank you. So it goes, starts there.
here and goes around the building.
So but the first part is an external wall, because the fire marshal wanted ingress and egress on the lower floor of the unit there. Or actually, No, that's where the ingress for the upper level is. And then it's a solid concrete wall from where the small jog is in the middle of the building around to where the other jog in the wall is, so that they have egress out of the building from there also. We've been working with the Fire Marshal Ethan on that.
So the low end of the wall at the bottom of the screen is on your site side, correct?
Correct. That's 1692.
And what is that wall height at that location, so where it angles up towards the building?
Like
In here,
Yeah. So what's the wall height
the bottom
on
of
the
the wall
reveal
is
side?
1016 and the top of the wall is 1028.
about 12 feet.
About 12 feet, okay.
But then in front of the Waffle House, we're looking at the top of the wall being 10, 20 feet, Waffle House being at 10, 24, and it continues all the way and it starts sloping down, where the top of the wall becomes 10, 21, which is lower than the Waffle House and lower than Old Milton Parkway.
Okay, so the reveal side again is on
You see
the,
that wall from Old Milton Parkway or from the intersection of Morris Road and Old Milton Parkway.
okay, so the reveal side is still on the building side, not on the street side? Okay.
And so what you were saying too is to get occupants out of the lower floor of the building, that's why you've carved out a corridor or walkway or whatever you want to call it, breezeway between the building and where the retaining wall is, correct?
You're exactly correct.
Top left of the building. Okay.
Top left. No, I'm thinking of the bottom right, on the
both the
right,
top left and
right
the
there.
lower right.
Oh, okay. So there's
Yeah,
two.
there's,
Okay.
and you know what? I didn't realize there's one at the top left. I was
I
focused on
didn't
the
realize
bottom.
there's one at the bottom right.
Hey,
Between the two of us,
we got
let's
it.
get it figured out.
Because this one is what the developer has in mind, a restaurant to be in the space. And as a code requirement, we need to have repair exits. And hence you have the passage at the back over there, type of passage that will, between the building.
Okay. And then I assume you're putting, at least on the, I'm going to say the lower right retaining wall, you've got some sort of guardrail on top of it or something?
There'll be some type of at
Barrier?
least 4-foot railing on top of it. Yeah, correct.
Do we know what that looks like?
Um,
Probably not yet.
We were showing kind of a green, like the green screen, metal fabrications, we're gonna plant on it, so it creates but not green bronze to match the architecture, but that's the brand that we included on our thing.
So somebody could climb on that?
No, it's, the netting fabric is about 2 inches square.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
designed so that you can't get a toe hole in there.
All right, very good. Thank you. I'm just thinking, you know,
Yep.
It's a funny
no,
question.
I'm just, if you've walked the backside of that Waffle House, that's,
Still tempted.
Not me.
yeah. Okay.
I'm still having a hard time following, I apologize. On the back side, that walkway, is that walkway at the second floor level or first floor level?
First
It's,
floor level.
part of it's got to be at first floor level.
Yeah, to get the ingress and egress that the fire marshal's requiring
So I'm
for the
looking at the
building.
renderings, trying to match.
Oh, you're,
I'm trying to match what's going on in the renderings to what's on the drawing, and I can't,
Renderings are out the window. Renderings don't count.
can't seem to match it up.
Renderings do not count.
Trying to figure out what's going on.
Architects don't care.
hey, be careful now.
It's not a lie.
So it's at the first floor level, so it is, so that whole wall going around is exposed facing your building, and that's all first floor level there, right?
Correct.
That wall. And then once you get past the end of it, what happens? Is it then the building is below grade? The first floor is below grade? Okay. Well, when you get past the walkway. Yeah, so going up from there, right? So you got a walkway, that's at first floor level, the big retaining wall next to it, right? Now you get to the end of that retaining wall. it jogs into the building, and then it's basically the building foundation at that point. So that, trying to figure out where the grade follows that wall and then is up against the building.
What the fire marshal said, we didn't need ingress and egress all the way up. We were, at first design had 2 walls. We had the first floor at grade, and we had to build a 10-foot high second wall all the way around the back side of the building. And then we worked it out with him. He said, if you get the ends of the building with the first floor excavating out there, or leaving the building out there, then the center corridor where they come in the building, there's a stairway and an evacuation area that we could use. It's part of the, he says it's really not part of the life safety code or the building code, but it's more of a civil code because it's an evacuation area where people can stay for an hour. So we had a lot of in-depth talks with Ethan on how this whole building could work.
Yeah, I'm just looking at your renderings. It looks like the entire first floor is below grade in the renderings on the back side. On the back side. No,
Go back.
The other side.
There, right there, the rear,
The
what's
rear.
what's being called rear. Yeah.
Actually, that rendering, we're going to be grading that back side of that wall, so you won't be seeing it, you know, or at least 4 to 6 feet.
All right, so the grade is at the top of that concrete, the cement all the way across.
Yeah.
Okay. And see, on their rendering, it shows that jog back. On the one we have, it doesn't show it, so that makes it a little clearer. And there's no, you're not going to have stairs. It looks like there's a railing there with stairs on the left, but there's not, right?
Be a railing to the top of the
That's an
wall.
older rendering.
Well, that,
My understanding is that's
'Cause
a
that-
walkway at first floor level going behind that wall.
well, that wall continues all around, right?
And it should, and the wall should continue all the way around.
See where the, can you see where the wall changes right there above the E in rear?
Yeah, we see that,
I got
yes.
that
From there to
Yeah,
the left.
we're
is-
going to the left,
From there to the left is a walkway behind it.
yes.
To the right, it's graded at the
Okay.
building.
Yeah, I think I figured that part out. Now go to the left, there's a walkway behind it. Why is there a railing there? Because that wall.
To get from the second floor,
That's right.
exit for the second floor,
But
to come
how,
down the stairs.
That walkway is at first floor level, was my understanding.
yeah, there is no, the civil, they don't show stairs there. Civil drawings
They
don't show
shouldn't be
stairs.
stairs.
Here is not first floor level. This is first floor level.
Right.
In the back, behind the restaurant, this is where the walkway here.
Well,
Yeah, no,
That,
that
yeah, the
rendering
one on the
is
left
not
is
correct.
second story, right?
you can't. There is no walkway there. Look at the civil drawings.
Just to see
The
if
walkway's at the
back.
first floor. They can't put a stair there.
that's what it looked like on the drawing, yeah, I agree.
Because that's like it's like a hole in there. All right, look at that.
Correct.
Zoom in there, look,
Yeah.
No, that's a raised area to allow the sidewalk to
So it-
make that access.
So I think what they're saying, the patio's at the first floor level. When you
Yeah.
get to that corner, there's a set of stairs and it goes up to the second floor level.
Yes.
no, I thought he said, not according to the civil engineer, he's got that's at first floor level. That recessed area that goes back half the building is at first floor.
Where it says 8.0?
Right, what, all right,
So this is an external wall that goes from here all the way up to there.
right.
This is all first floor level.
See, that's a first floor.
So you don't need stairs in
We
this.
don't
No.
need- We don't need stairs in this area, because there's going to be a stairwell here inside the building for an evacuation area, so we pull the street down. And so the rendering office goes a correct rule.
Yeah, okay. So the rendering, that wall continues around the corner of the
Well,
building.
technically here, there's an external wall that goes up there, and only gets in, so if that becomes a restaurant, they have egress out the back. And then, like, the finished floor is at 16. The second floor is 28. We've got the road graded, grading out about 20, which we could even bring it up higher from there if we needed to. Because the wall pass is at 24, we can't bring it much more than 24. And then there's, back there, there's a Sarah jump in.
All right, and hold that picture right there as we're looking at thinking about the elevation between Waffle House and your building. All right, so the second floor is at 1028, correct?
Correct.
All right, what is the grade right along there? It looks like it's 1022. So you're going to see, we'll see about 6 feet of the first floor elevation right there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you'll see we've got the whole second floor and then about 6 feet into the first floor elevation there. Okay. That just gives me I'm just trying to get a better reference. And of course, then we've got a dozen condensing units sitting right there too that I think we're going to need to screen or do something with.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Yes, yes. So, yeah, that's what I'm getting to. When we get to the rendering, we're going to see 6 feet of the first floor. When we get to the exterior elevations, we'll okay.
1022, but the Waffle House is 1024.
Well, okay, I'm not.
So you're seeing 4 feet.
No. If we're at 1020, I'm not worried about Waffle House right now. At 1022 is the grade against the building right there. The second floor, finished floor, is at 1028, so we've got 6 feet of materials we're going to see, exterior materials we're going to see on that. All right, just hold that thought. We don't need to discuss it anymore right now, but okay. All right, any other?
So on the other corner, you're doing the same thing. On the left top corner there, you're doing the same thing. It's a first floor level walkway going around the corner of the building?
Yes.
With a retaining wall holding back the grade.
Okay. And then also looking at what we're looking at from Old Milton Parkway, or you're referring to as State Bridge Road, again, the grade right along there, it looks like it's 1020. All right. Right against the building, what is the grade? What? Okay, keep going. Now, right up against your building, what's the grade going to be? Okay, but I see 1020
Against the building.
Keep on going down right against your building. No, that's top of wall. What's the grade? All right, so we're going to see about 8 feet. If it's 1020, if the grade there against the building is 1020, and the second floor is at 1028, we're going to see about 8 feet of the top 8 feet of the first floor of the building right there from Old Milton Parkway. I'm just trying to get a reference here of. Okay. All right.
So with that poured concrete wall, are you proposing any treatment on that? On that concrete wall?
There's going to have to be something.
Back to the rendering.
Yeah.
Because I think sort of whether it faces interior to your site or exterior, we don't want to see a plain poured concrete wall.
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah, we're going to have to do something.
Well, expose, they're going to have to.
That thing right there down to where the grade level is here.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want, because the grade's going to have to be a little bit below that wall. We don't want to see a concrete, I mean, you got a nice looking building and then you're going to have this plain concrete wall. So I think you'll have to have some kind of treatment that goes down below grade. Yeah, and then on your interior side, where it's just an exposed wall, you have to do something to that as well, so you're not just looking at a poured concrete wall.
We could do the brick ledge to match this all the way down to the grade line. That would be no problem at all.
Right, but you understand what I'm saying on the interior side as well, where it's facing into your site and you've got an 8-foot wall, or on the backside you got a 3-foot wall, that needs some treatment as opposed to being a plain concrete wall.
I'm not too opposed where it's kind of more hidden, Frank. But once the wall turns out and gets into there's a patio area.
Yeah, I agree.
I
see what you mean. Right, yeah. If we go back to
there's
the bottom right area?
Yes.
Yeah, the bottom right area, where it goes around the patio.
Because it could be a dining area or something.
Yeah, I guess in the back there, if that wall is just between behind the building, that won't be very visible. You'd have to turn the corner with the materials a bit.
Still, we can't
concrete.
Poured concrete.
We, so that retaining wall, that's a poured concrete wall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's not a modular block or anything like that. It's poured concrete. Okay.
So maybe you could do a lithocrete on it, lithocrete with
Something.
the green screen.
Yeah, you could do something to, okay. All right. Okay, and while we're talking about concrete walls or walls, any other retaining walls on the site?
There's another
Oops.
one on the walkway side, again, because the site's sitting low, but it starts there, comes around all the way to the site. That's gonna be a split face type block, modular block.
And which, so
Which
if,
one, Brian, I'm sorry?
Between Old Morris Road and the site, there's a wall that goes from there, all the way around, this is the tree save area, all the way down to, wraps around, right there. And the straps will be coming back into the parking lot that way, so.
Which is your revealed side?
The walkway with the proposed side.
So that's the view of the split face.
Right.
Looking into, okay. What's your height of the wall height there?
It varies from, I'll say,
It dead ends in the end, and I
Yeah.
think the highest I saw on the plan was about 3 feet.
Where's the highest?
we propose the same.
Sherry, you pointed from there to the phone.
I actually don't.
I know you know what you're looking at.
I lied. I didn't need to. Down here, it's 0. I've been here to 3. Here, it picks back up, I think, at 2 feet. It does go up to 10, where are the notches?
The tree save area.
And that's the same.
And then it goes back down to 0.
Okay.
Of the other north end.
Box this whole thing in there?
all right, and then how about for building, around building 2, is there not a retaining wall,
On the south
In the corner, in the corner, yes.
right? All right, starts,
No, this one, we're gonna make it, it's gonna be a landscape, landscape wall. We're going to design the landscape wall. With the landscaping going over it. Will be landscaping, the landscaping this area.
I feel like this is being designed.
And this wall is, starts from 0 in here to about 9 feet. Here it gets 10 feet, and that's the maximum height is 10 feet.
All right, and is that a,
So real height is 10, this is 10 feet, this whole thing is 10 feet.
and that's a poured concrete wall?
No, it's landscape wall.
Landscape wall.
Debbie, what's the material?
Like a split face ceiling wall.
Yeah, same here.
Okay.
Is that the texture?
It's not modular?
It is.
Yes, modular, but with the split face finish, I believe. That's at least where I was, where it'll have like a 1-inch offset back.
When we get to it, do you have a photo of what that'll look like?
No. And so which, again, just to be sure, which side are you seeing the split face from on that wall?
The wall, from the building side.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right.
So at some point, we'll need to see those other retaining wall materials.
Yeah, I think it almost needs a drawing to
Yeah.
identify all this.
Rear, what was the material for that wall outside? Was it smooth face blocks or like?
Each block you put is cut back like 2 inches and each cut back all the way to the top with the access.
Which is why we were being careful about that tree.
Oh.
Just don't know, we don't know what color or
I think, sounds like we're designing this as we're talking about it, but,
No, just confirming, that was, when I said that with the split face, I wanted to make sure that's what.
all
And I
right.
had.
So I'm hearing we have a concrete retaining wall, we have a split face retaining wall, we have stack block retaining walls. It seems like we could make,
Along Old Morris Road, that's what was said earlier.
I don't know, that's what,
Well, that was our understanding, but.
all right. Who's confused? All right, I'm just trying to make sure we're consistent with materials here, not using one of everything. Okay. All right. Would you point out where the dumpster locations are while we're on the site, please? Okay. All right, so we've got a dumpster location for each of the buildings. Okay. All right. Any other, and you said it's underground stormwater detention. Got that. Anything else on the site that we need to ask or review or talk about? I know it's a challenging site with all the topography happening, for sure.
I think when we get to the renderings on the old Milton site, I'm still not 100% sure I've got the old Milton site figured out, elevation-wise, but maybe when we get the elevations, we might have to come back here.
Okay.
But yeah, what I've taken away from this so far is we need some proposal for treatment on the exposed areas of the concrete wall, and we need to see what the materials are for the other walls.
Okay. All right. What do we want to look? Let's look at the landscaping while we're kind of talking about sites. So, okay.
The pointer?
And we may need to shut that.
Would the
yeah,
pointer
we may
be
need-
better, or would the microphone be better? Is this actually okay? Hey, no, it does.
Pointing with your fingers on.
Brian will be Vanna White today. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so I guess for this site, there was mention of tree save earlier. What we had proposed was to keep a larger cluster of trees to the northwest corner of this building as one contiguous tree save area. Then we have a little bit of one where the wall is bumping out near the parking lot to the, yep, there. Realize now that tree symbol and color looks like the proposed trees on that section, so sorry about that. And then to the south, for the other medical office building, for our kind of south parcel, there's a large specimen tree that we're proposing to save, and that was part of the redesign for this kind of reorientation of the layout, was to keep that tree and then a few other landscape trees and some street trees that are already planted along the street frontage for Morris Road. So to kind of just give you an overview on that. So as far as for the old Milton Parkway frontage, thank you. I guess also State Road. There was some existing landscape treatment that's already been installed if you're moving from west to east on Old Milton State Bridge. So if you're coming off of 400 and exiting, it's kind of a mix of Burford hollies, wax myrtles. There were a couple of arborvitae, some grasses, ornamental grasses, loropetalum. So the idea would be that we would keep the section of that that's in front of our tree save area, but also clean it up, remove, there's some honeysuckle growing in, kind of remove that, but that's kind of already established closer to the sidewalk that's existing along Old Milton Parkway.
Sarah, what does that
yes.
look like though now? I mean, do we have any
Like the loropetalum died back some. I would propose that we'd basically refresh what had died back, and then but kind of keep the hollies are pretty good and well established. So I would propose to keep those and kind of refresh some of the other.
You don't have any images of existing? Brett, have you seen it?
Yes.
And are you satisfied that it looks decent for the front door of this
Well, where it
you will.
is over, if I'm correct, Sarah, it's over by the tree save area.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
so
we're
it's
not
kind of that
really-
grayed out green.
But highly viewed from the street.
Right, but
Yes.
since that's the tree save area, it's tough to do anything in there, you know, as far as.
It's not that tough. So I'm wondering what it looks like.
I think there's some rhododendron in our packet.
So Laura Pedalum froze.
Yep, lower petal and froze. There are dwarf Burford hollies that seem to be in pretty good condition. Some dwarf Yopon hollies mixed in there as well. The roses, I think there were some knockout roses originally planted. I'd propose to take those out too and replace those. So mainly it's the holly hedge that we would want to keep and then add some supplemental planting into that that would match what we're proposing on the northeast corner.
But your drawings don't show anything being added.
At the time of this, I had done like an inventory, but I added a note on there, at least on our other section, that we would.
The deep freeze.
So that's where I'm at with this
Yes.
is there's a good amount of new landscaping as you move, I guess is west is to the left. As soon as you move basically from the face of the building to the east, there's lots of good looking new landscaping going in. But from basically the building line to the west, that's my area of concern.
Right. Okay.
And
Okay.
I'm not hearing that it looks good.
Sure.
I'm hearing that this needs to be replaced and that needs to be replaced.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. We can go back in there and call out what would be removed and replaced. I know we've done that on a couple of
You got
other
a few new trees
rehab
going
ones
in.
we've done. Excuse me?
You have a few new trees going in.
We do. Proposing some red maples that in that area. There's quite a bit of slope and grade from the road down through that tree save area. So trying to propose some trees that would do okay in that scenario, and then also if there was any water or kind of holding the slope a little bit. Also add fall color, obviously, with kind of a little entry feature there. We also have a proposed sidewalk connection there that goes through the old Morris Road, kind of abandoned right-of-way. So that's also where there's a new
That
sidewalk
sidewalk's
proposed
new.
along that west side of the property.
That west side sidewalk's new?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right now it's just a clear cut, looks like a clear cut easement or
An old road.
clear swath road frontage through there.
That's
Yes, yeah. It looks like a giant utility clear cut right of way.
Easement, yeah.
Gas,
Easement, yeah.
sanitary, and
That's a concrete sidewalk?
Yes. So then if we were to move further along east on Old Milton Parkway, we would have some, again, larger loropetalum that would go back in there, but with the removal of the trees in this section, it would be sunnier. That also might be why some of the loropetalum were struggling where they were currently planted on the west side, was it might be a little too shady for them. So propose those also to just tie back in with the existing landscape that's across the street as well, on the street frontage north of here on the other side of the road, just to kind of keep that landscape material consistent. Ornamental, yes.
real quick.
Yep.
interrupting again.
No, that's okay.
So Brett showed me the existing, I guess, Google Earth image of that
Street view.
area we're talking about.
Uh-huh.
And you definitely need to enhance that.
Yeah.
It's got a lot going on with it.
The honeysuckle is definitely trying to move
You
in.
need to bring the good stuff all the way down to where you've got a few little odds and ends on the very corner.
And Pat, you're talking about the tree save area,
Yes.
right? That's,
Tree
or
area,
what,
you know, basically in front of where she's introduced the new trees along that road frontage.
okay.
And you've
Yep.
got power lines into there, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I would like to see more of a consistent streetscape
Okay.
inside your property as it goes along that west and east.
Okay. Yep, we could definitely do that. I'll just revise that to call out to keep the holly hedge, and then we'll just show new plantings
Utility.
along that street frontage to keep it, just use the same material. Maybe some things that might be a little bit more shade tolerant because so much shade from the tree save area, but something that would, same language, we'll say, plant language.
Yeah, it's north side. Okay, you can interrupt me.
That's all right. So then, moving east, we have the landscape strip trees that we're proposing are pulled back out of the official landscape strip, but that's also to give that overhead utility clearance, and they would be more upright branching willow oaks in that area, just 2 of them to kind of frame the building as well. And then we would be proposing a sign there that would be back closer to the street frontage that would be separate permit and presentation for DRB, so I can't answer any questions as far as font color or what that would actually look like at this time, but that's a kind of a proposed entry feature for viewing the building from I'm getting all my Old Morris and Old Milton, Old Milton Parkway, and then also that 4-way intersection right there. Just trying to kind of provide some view shed back to the building. As far as the east side of the building, that was kind of between the Waffle House. There are some existing trees between Waffle House and our proposed building. Those will all be picked up as far as for boundary trees during LDP. But we were proposing additional screening of some large magnolia trees also to help meet our recompense. So those would go in at 14 to 15 feet tall at time of installation. They're at the top of slope before kind of coming back down to our building. So I think you were talking about screening for the HVAC units.
Yeah, how are we addressing screening that other than just the magnolia?
We would we would add more shrubs. They're not shown here, but we talked about it today to add some more shrubs in between those to kind of help provide that additional screening while those magnolias grow and mature in size.
I think we need something more permanent, maybe a low wall or something.
And those HVAC units would be at ground level down at the the ground change slope. As far as if that helps, I guess, with it all visualizing that.
So they're at 1022, right? That grade right there is at 1022.
Oh, never mind. Okay, sorry about that. Yes. Okay. Wrong side.
So do we have enough room? I'm just curious. Do we have enough room between the building and the property line to put the magnolias in? How wide is that?
These are shown pretty much at their mature size, but we were proposing Little Gem. Do I have that correctly? Yep, Little Gem magnolias. So those would be probably 15 to 20 feet mature width at maturity.
15 to 20. Okay.
Quite a bit smaller than your traditional southern magnolias. So these were kind of shown at trying to do with them at proper spacing so that they'll actually grow. What was that?
I'm sorry, what is that spacing?
I believe these are at, of course I don't have it to plan, but I think they were shown at 20 feet diameter size right now on the plan.
Okay, so I agree that we need to do something to...
Intermittently?
Whether it's a structure around those.
Oh, okay.
HVAC or it needs to be addressed.
Okay. We'll do
and our Little Gem...
25? Okay. Right.
You could take, between each one, you could offset between the line of the magnolias and the line and the building wall. You could group 3 or 5 evergreen shrubs that are fast growing. In that gap, not the gap between the trees, but the gap that would be in the crook of the armpit where the trees come together.
Okay. Yep.
Where the canopy overlaps.
Okay.
And I've got a southern magnolia tree. I know in my house or my yard, they're pretty messy. Leaf droppings. How about Little Gems? Are they as messy?
I think because
for the most part, this isn't exactly where you would have a lot of pedestrians, except for maybe down below, I guess, in the sidewalk.
Yeah.
The mess wouldn't be as contributing of a factor. If anything, you just kind of add to the material that gets broken down over time, hopefully,
I always call
for
it
your
a dry-
soil.
It's
But
a dry litter. You know,
Right.
No, seriously, it's a leaf that is not mushy, that doesn't, you know, it's a dry, every leaf's
Mm-hmm.
gonna drop stuff. I wouldn't be concerned about leaf
Okay.
litter just because you got one in your yard.
That's a good point about the magnolia, because if we allow the magnolias, if we allow the branches to grow to the ground as close as possible, they drop their leaves, they're going to create a large hoop skirt, and if they're allowed, they'll cover those leaves to a great degree, and make a difference.
And I'll add that on the note that they would, I don't believe I have it on there now, but the plant schedule full to ground. So we don't end up with lollipopped magnolias.
A screen structure around those HVAC units?
I think,
Or are you asking, I'm satisfied with plants
Yeah, I agree.
myself. I don't think it, because it's backside of Waffle House, there's one view in from Old Milton, that in this drawing is pretty wide open, but I'm not sure a structure is warranted, unless you feel you want one.
the challenge becomes, if they put some landscaping around those units, then they start trimming the landscaping because they need air to, you know, those are condensing units, they need air around them. So then all of a sudden, the landscaping gets cut way back, and and is there enough sunlight for what they're planting there to keep that?
Definitely will be at first.
Well, at first, yes, but then again, that's why something, a physical, a permanent wall or something is a lot more
It does look a little tight to put
reliable.
shrubs in there, especially if the magnolias are going to go to the ground.
Yeah,
That's
that's
not
true.
how you put a screen structure in there and still have room to work on stuff. Isn't there a swale through there?
There is a small swell in there.
There is a swale. And I do think you have to have a certain amount clear for maintenance and
Well,
airflow.
And they're going to be on,
Okay.
they'll probably,
Shrubs behind.
and they'll probably be on a concrete pad. I think there's going to be a concrete pad back there to put these units on, right? Okay, I see some nods, yes. So,
I guess the point is we want it screened.
yeah, well, I just want to make sure it's green.
Yeah, we just want to make sure it's screened. So if you can do that with shrubs, I guess maybe that's okay, if you can fit the shrubs.
The Gus will be fine, all this will be fine, and then when the canopy eventually grows up, they're established enough, and they're not gonna go away.
Okay.
Okay. All right, anything else on the landscaping? We want to look at the landscaping back.
I'll talk about
Okay.
the walls, how we're screening, buffering, all that, the
Okay.
walls, and I want to figure out how we're screening the dumpsters as well. So can we
Okay.
talk about walls in that area that's, anywhere we've got exposed walls and what we're doing to buffer them or seal them or screen them?
So
I heard something about green screening on a wall somewhere.
So the walls, right, the one south on the medical facility, we could start there. That one has just kind of due to site constraints, the sidewalk right at the base of the wall, but we are proposing creeping phlox and also kind of a horizontal juniper there to grow over the edge of the wall eventually.
Where's that at?
The bright pink swoops there. Kind of offsetting, the junipers are also helping hold, there's some slope there from the wall back up to existing grade under those trees, under that.
Is that L0?
Yeah. L0.
I don't have the swoops on my L0.
I think on what I'm looking at, they're gray.
Yeah,
They're not
gray,
pink.
yeah, they didn't come out as pink.
Well, it might be the shadow of
Yeah.
the tree shadow.
The intent is to have something that drapes over?
Yes. And that wall's
10 feet high.
10 feet high at its highest point, and then would taper down back out at the street frontage.
All right, but wasn't there some sort of all right, what was on top of that wall?
Watch.
No, we had like the two by two screening, right? Or-
Sorry, that is where we have the other, where you would have pedestrian conflict, I guess we could have,
Oh.
yeah. Here we have grade, and then existing plant material, and then some additional supplemental plant material along the slope down to the top of the wall. But the guardrail was over more where people would be
That wall's how tall?
gathering. I think it's 10 feet at the corner.
That's Morris.
Is there any way we can offset that to get some sort of vine pocket to grow up on that wall? What's the wall thing? Back to this, what's the wall material?
What we're running into is the fact that the wall material, if it's the split face block with the offset, with the geogrid fabric that goes back, we're pretty much encroaching. It is, and we've kind of, on the tree protection sheet that's in there, L1, I believe, that tree protection fence line is pretty much holding the line of our grade and where the geogrid fabric would extend to at that height of wall, and that's kind of the limits of disturbance for protecting that specimen tree. So I don't know, as far as if we push that wall back 2 more feet, we're going to start to encroach into the critical root zone of that specimen tree too much, as far as exceeding that 20% allowance. It's been a very delicate balance with David in his conversations as far as where to set everything, as far as just how it's actually going to get constructed without impacting that tree too much.
So it kind of looks like in the parking lot, isn't there room to move this? Because it looks like there's just a big section of parking lot that's nothing. You got parking spaces along the back edge, but
Is that
enough
a
room to
drive
move-
aisle
Is
requirement?
there enough room to move the parking lot 2 feet?
To the north?
Yeah, move the edge of the parking lot 2 feet to the north to get,
And I would leave that to Brian to speak to that, because I'm not sure if there's a width requirement for the drive lane.
because then that would give you room to do your plantings along the wall.
Yeah, we could extend
Again,
that
I don't know what that wall looks like.
planting.
You're at 16.2% impact on that tree,
Mhm.
which is, I don't know, I wouldn't go any more than that.
Right.
Not
That's
much
ki-
money, but
that-
all said and done.
That was our
Okay,
mindset as well.
I would like you guys to explore something. If it was a 4-foot wall or a 5-foot wall,
Right.
okay, but if you did see it right from that street, okay, but I would like you to explore something, a vine pocket or something like that,
Mhm.
so you can get Boston ivy or creeping fig and all the biggest growth, but
Right.
something on that wall, evergreen that leans and grows.
Okay.
If there is room to move things. Okay. Now what about that wall area that's on the other building?
Around the southeast corner on that
Think y'all
building?
call it a patio or something like that? No.
That's kind of what the little umbrellas represent there, some potential seating. There's I believe, talk of potentially having a restaurant there on the south side, the south corner.
So you've got a green screen. What do you propose to put on that green screen? And what does the wall look like? What's the material of the wall? Is it modular?
That's the one that was poured concrete that they got.
And that wall faces in, so the parking is up.
Yes.
So what I told them to maybe look at on those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 parking spots right there is something similar to what Even Hotel did with that heavy timbered parking stop, over here behind the racetrack. They did a heavy timber with a
It's the same kind of metal mesh, so it's just instead of the metal guard posts, the metal posts between the fence material, they did it in like 4x4s of timber and framed it out and then put the same kind of metal. So it,
I haven't seen it.
So what's on the green screen?
crossvine. as far as just to handle the heat and the sun exposure for both. And it's only a 32 inch, I believe, or what was it?
36.
36 inch,
36.
sorry, yeah, 36 inch height all the way across, so then it's not.
The wall's only 50 tall.
No, I'm sorry, the fence at the top of the wall.
Oh, it's a green screen fence on top
Top of the wall.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so the parking would be at grade with the green screen fence, but because we're so limited in vehicle encroachment and fence, we did a vine to give the same idea of the screening for the parking and just got some kind of visual cue.
Down below is just concrete and a wall.
As of right now.
Yeah, well, earlier.
I can't speak to that
we said,
part,
hey, we
that's
can
not-
come back with some treatment for that, because that's not gonna fly. Yeah.
I think a nice mural would be good on that wall, but
That's just gonna be a huge mess.
Depending on the height, I think it sits on the wall.
Okay.
Just look at the grading then.
That's just gonna be a hot echo chamber in there.
So,
Yeah, it's facing west too.
hopefully our trees on the south side will help with that a little bit.
Yeah, it'll have tree shade.
Until the sun starts going down a little bit.
And give them 10 years.
That could be a very cool space, maybe if it's a restaurant, they'll condition something in there. But just a plain gray concrete wall with some umbrellas, that needs some help. So I agree if that comes back.
Yeah.
that's gonna be a concrete wall, but we would put some,
Like a form letter on it,
I think you
form a stamp into the wall.
or use materials,
stand it all, we can brick it.
face it, yeah.
I think you need to face it with brick.
You can be able to see it from that area.
Yeah, match the building.
Especially if it's,
So that's coming back. So when you guys come back, please, just on your drawings, call it what the walls are, have a photo of what the materials are, have colors of all this stuff, because, I mean, up here, we're all over the place with what's where and what's this and how that looks, and so. it needs to help.
as a picture's
One
worth
last
of.
thing, how we screen the dumpsters and all, get off the floors here.
I believe those were going to be brick enclosures on all
We gotta
sides.
screen them, we gotta put,
As far as, on,
there's the one.
Yes.
that side was dwarf Burford hollies at 3 feet.
That's down in the hole anyway, right?
Yes, the planting above that would be, yes.
Okay, what about the other one on the big building?
Well, there's planting below that. There's planting at the same level, right, for that dumpster we were just talking about.
Yeah, I'm okay with that one. I'm
Okay.
tolerating.
TMU block.
Isn't it pretty much face the street with no screening?
Yeah.
The other one's just a parking spot, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So how are we screening that from Old Morris Road?
We're going to TMU block, but brick to match the building around it.
There's also the fence that goes behind it at 3 feet that would have the crossvine on there as
Is
well.
that done in a hole above?
No, that one's above. Your sidewalk would be down below grade.
You gotta add, on the top side of that wall, you need to add some screening. You need to screen that, besides just the materials that match. You gotta add some landscaping that helps screen it.
Well, that's where the addition, more of the fence and the crossvine would be at the top of that wall as well.
But how do I know there's crosswalk there?
They're light orange
Yeah,
symbols
it's
on there.
indicated graphically.
That are blending in too much with the mulch color.
If you enlarge it, you can see it.
Just gotta zoom in,
Way in, yeah.
way in.
Probably should make those green,
Right here.
but I wanted to also not have everything green, just some color in there
This
too.
little teardrop thing.
Okay.
And that was also a 14 to 15 foot tall juniper at the base of that wall as well for screening.
Okay.
Can we talk about the dirt quality under the ground?
All right. I think we just,
I got all four times.
okay. All right. All right. Any other landscaping questions at this point? All right. Let's jump over to the exterior elevations and the materials, please. All right. Who's going to talk about this?
Panels, trim, and mounting.
Nobody? Tag, you're it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
It would be like that little fence, little grid that holds the vine.
Yes, the laser, yep. Just don't put them in the, don't point them in the sky. Okay, who's talking about the elevations?
Yeah, here's the vine.
Paul is.
Be going on it.
All right. All right, walk us through the materials and the buildings, please.
So we made it consistent all the way.
And as you're talking about materials, do you have material samples with you?
Yes, we do.
Okay, why don't you have somebody help you with that while
Come on
you...
down.
And maybe while you're...
Set them, maybe just set them
Yep,
on the chairs right
there,
there.
perfect.
That was 8 years ago, probably 10,000.
I just for all colors. And then this is the gutter roof, and then this is the gutters. So they're 3 each, so it has to for 6. You're welcome.
So very simple, brick and siding. Colors kept.
We can share.
Yeah.
Okay. Brown and
All right, let's take us from ground up, and maybe somebody can point to the material. I guess we can figure out which materials. All right. So the base of the building, what material is that?
That is the stone.
That's the horizontal stone we're looking at. Okay. The Mossy Creek. Okay. First chair. Okay, got that. All right. That's the base of the building then. Okay.
And it's all the way.
All right. That's kind of a water
Yeah, I was trying to.
a water table. Okay.
Water.
Very good. Okay.
And then above that, we have the brick and the cement is there.
Okay.
And above that, we have brown siding painted brown.
And where's
Yes, that is the,
Or is that
that's
the
the
virtual
virtual
tool?
top.
Virtual
Says
toe.
virtual toe.
Yeah.
So that's this one.
That's the virtual top.
all right? I'm going to go.
The Sherman Williams color SW7059.
Uh-oh. Oop.
Virtual toe.
Okay.
Text James anyway.
Yeah.
He's been gone too long.
And for the roofing material going further out, it's timber
He's
line.
holding the crowd outside.
All right. Let's go back to, we were talking about we got the shake siding. Once we get to the second floor, we've got shake siding there. Okay, and that's the color, the virtual tube. Okay. All right. Okay, yes, you got,
If you go further out, it also continue under the gables. Same thing. Shake siding.
okay, got that. And then we've got those white, just between the gable area of the shake siding, the white, kind of the white trim board. I guess that's this classical white then, okay? Sorry, I'm just a little slow, but okay.
And as you move to the roof, we're using the asphalt shingles, charcoal color.
Okay, so is that an architectural shingle? Okay, all right, very good. Okay,
And where's this urbane bronze color used?
That is going to be the accent in front of the front door of the vehicle. So it's gonna be on there.
So it's the window, so it's the trim on the windows, for one.
Yes.
And it's, where is it on the trim?
The whole bronze. Not an equal. There you go.
Like this area.
Says bronze.
Yeah, what's the material under there that's painted bronze? Yeah, so there's timbers, but then what's surrounding the door? What's the material around the door? Against the wall, yeah, that wall.
No, this is the siding, we're still talking siding.
What is the sign?
Oh, if you could zoom in. Doesn't look like it's looks like shake.
Wait, what are we talking about, right there?
Yeah.
Well, according to this drawing, it's shake.
It is shake.
I'm looking at the,
So that's shake.
See that go down, it says shake siding. Shake siding.
Yeah, no, I got that with shake siding on the top there. I just wasn't sure if that's what continued around the door. But that's painted in the dark bronze. The urbane bronze.
oh, or is that the taupe?
No, it's the virtual taupe. I think because of the shadow, it looks like it's bronze, but the urban bronze is basically where the window trim is.
Okay.
And if you see this
And the
design,
timbers.
yeah.
The timbers and the posts.
Okay.
So the renderings.
Okay.
And is that roof right there asphalt shingles or standing seam metal roof?
This looks like it's
Well,
It's a
it-
metal roof, which is, I think there's another sample up there. Yeah.
The dark bronze, so that's standing seam metal roof right there. Okay, and then you also have some standing seam metal roof on another part of the building too, right?
Which one?
I'm seeing it on the elevation here.
Yes, I guess.
That's on the tall two-story portion that faces Old Milton. Somewhere there's a,
Which one?
And the same team applies to these conditions pretty much. So if you're looking at the left, right of the
Rear.
back of the building, it's the same team that is present.
dark bronze, and you got that. Okay. Okay.
So, on the front elevation, to the right of the main entrance, looks like there's another set of doors. Okay.
To the right of the main entrance.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Just to the right, under that gate, directly under where that gable is. Is that another set of doors?
Okay.
No, to the, go to the right
Get them.
of the main entrance.
Okay.
Oh.
There you go. Yep.
Oh.
So,
Oh, let's look at it.
Okay.
okay, so that material is,
Let's look.
that's brick.
Yeah.
Okay, it didn't look
Yes.
like brick on our renderings, and your drawing doesn't call it out. It's just
Let's look
blank.
at this.
So,
one.
good to-
Oh, they were saying.
So this is a separate suite, that's the industry separate suite.
Yeah.
That's a separate suite.
And then that one.
So that's, I think there's some inconsistency between some of these pictures and the renderings, but around that other door, that's cedar shake, or no, that's brick?
This?
No, the other,
There.
I wish I could point.
We need,
Does anybody have a laser pointer?
no,
The other set of doors that's to the right of the main entrance, around that, that's brick, that's all brick, right?
keep going right.
This.
All right, you got,
Yes, these are all brick.
That's all brick. Okay.
Yes.
The ones that was in our package, it's not called out, it's just blank.
yeah.
That's all brick.
So you've got, your renderings are a little updated from what we have. And on, the renderings, it's not brick that we have. So that's why I was getting confused on what was there. Yeah, see, ours doesn't quite look like that, so, okay. On ours, it just looks bronze color, it's all dark,
okay.
so I was confused on what the material was,
Well-
okay, got it.
And even the two-story tower there on the left, I'm looking at, that's got a separate entrance right there, right? The very far left, first floor, there's a separate entry in there, right?
This one?
Yeah, see, that doesn't use that.
No, farther, keep on, yeah, the face, yes. Keep going, right above shake siding. That's a separate entrance right there. That's gonna pay some doors.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
In that, are we looking at around the corner?
That's a good question.
Because see, if you look at this picture, is that looking at that?
I don't know.
It's hard to tell.
Okay. See, all right, we're looking at that front elevation,
Just those show doors.
and then we're comparing it to the architectural drawing that's the not colored drawing that you just showed us. before you got here. It just doesn't seem to be. Can you go to that other drawing that you just, yeah, what?
Yeah, these doors are.
Yes.
So.
See, that's got doors
I see
there,
what
right?
On the short side of the L, there's another set of doors, right?
It's saying,
Facing.
yeah, it's saying it's a door here. but
Yes.
It's really turned this way.
Yeah, it's just that it's
Yeah.
turned, so you're not
Turned.
seeing it
It's turned, yeah.
on the rendering.
On this rendering, you can see it. On one of the other
Okay,
ones,
so-
it shows up.
All right.
Got it, okay. And that's all brick around there as well.
And then that, yeah, that's where the standing seam roof also shows up on that top, very top left of that building. Okay. All right, and then, looks like you've got some awnings over some of the windows. What are those? And do you have samples? I'm looking at the top, the very top rendering or elevation there. Somewhere,
And then these
no,
awnings.
not there. Well,
These
it's like
awnings.
they're striped or something.
To the right, on the top, to the right. No,
Oh, sorry, right.
There you go. Keep going, yeah. on the
Yes,
top
right,
there.
Yeah.
right where you're,
These awnings.
There's an awning there and above the 3 windows at the top, second floor.
what is that? What are they?
And the tops of the two down there.
Now we have a pointer.
Yeah.
They look like round, they look like round and black stripes.
You got awning there, and then you got awnings above some of the
Awnings,
other
some of
windows.
these.
What is that material?
You have a sample of that.
I don't think Jennifer. I don't
Is
think
that metal or fabric?
I think it's metal.
I think they're deciding now.
In your renderings, it looks like fabric.
Yeah. All right, yeah. What are those? You can't tell.
All right, so we need to
I would
note
think it.
it and move
Mark?
I think so too, but if they don't.
on. Well, in this
Okay.
rendering, it looks like fabric. It's different, depends. It looks like fabric.
Maybe. Maybe.
All right, so we'll just need to know what those are.
Okay.
Right.
Well, of course, all awnings are either real.
Sure, I just don't have that information.
Okay, all right.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
confirm what it is and we'll get the sample for that. You're
Good,
welcome.
thank you. All right. And then let's look, again, now let's go to the, I'm going to call it the Waffle House side of the building.
Okay, so that will be the back side, the rear. And then catwalk.
Smothered, covered in.
This one.
Okay. All right, zoom in a little bit for us. So, and this is what's being called the rear of the building. And we've already discovered that the second floor is at 1028 finished floor elevation, and the grade is going to be 1022. So we'll see a fair amount more of that. Okay? What can we do to kind of dress that side up just a little bit?
Continue with the same theme, same bricks.
Okay, we got, okay, what else can we do? Maybe some awnings or something? So, I'm looking at that. There's exit doors
Only for this suite because of the
down low, but there are no exit doors up high? Nobody's walking out, okay, because if they are, they're dropping 6 feet. All
Your
right.
rendering shows the light trim piece on the 2 triangles. Those probably aren't the right, and the dormer. Yeah, yeah, that's not on ours, so you guys must have added that. Not in our package.
Well, just.
Yeah, I think we got this from the architect late last night or early this morning.
I think we need to have a better rendition of what that rear is going to look like, knowing that we've got 6 more feet of exposed brick or wall along there.
we need to show the soil line, finished soil line, what is going to be the finished line.
Right, exactly. Because,
And then we'll do that a little
Because you're showing those windows, I mean, almost coming down to the floor, right? If on the left-hand, you look like you had some doors in there on the second floor.
Yep, there.
Okay. But they're not there anymore. Those are going to be something. Yeah, they're going to be something else.
Yeah, that'll be a big first step.
Well, yeah.
Because we established earlier, that's first
Near-
level there.
Yeah. All right, we can, yeah, we can,
Even like Venus Friends running windows or something, there's just no real need for that.
no, there isn't. It's kind of,
Not the same either.
yeah. Okay. I think we need to dress that side up just a little bit, understand that, okay? All right, very good. Okay, and then that goes for, as we turn the corner towards Old Milton Parkway, what does that elevation then look like? I guess that's the left, right? Because now you're going to see 6 to 8 feet of that, 6 more or 8 more feet of that wall or that.
Probably take right that wall down too. As the grade comes down, it's gonna slope down.
Okay, all right. No.
We'll have to propose the same thing on this one.
Okay, yep, okay. Okay. All right. What else? I know we've got signage too, and any other exterior elevation?
You want to look at the signs, you want to look at everything, let's look at the signs.
So, yes, so for building signs, are you going to do a sign package for your tenants?
It's in here, I think, this will be the monument.
Okay, but that's the freestanding monument sign.
Right. And then what is going to be at the entrance of the main building, the large building. So what are the materials on them? Same thing, stones in here, and then, above it, I guess,
What is that material?
Aluminum, that would be the
the
sign.
stacked stone, masonry base with two vertical steel poles.
For the
Aluminum sign with 4 LED, it says,
10 panels on each side.
rather than acrylic mounted to the base of the sign.
So we don't know what material.
Yes, we need to know.
Acrylic mounted, the sign is acrylic mounted.
I think we,
Probably clarification when you come back on what the tan material is, on the tan material.
Well, there's a gray material where the address is.
Yeah.
And there's a tan material.
Yeah.
yeah, I think we need to,
Okay. And then how is, what's the clause on those, what is that?
and it looks,
Five letters and all that.
Right.
looks like there's some,
It says in here, it's a, thick acrylic mounted.
We probably just need to see that material. If you could
Yes.
bring samples.
and then there looks like there's some landscaping planted at the base of the sign. Do we need it to be 10 feet tall?
Yeah, 10 feet that's a big sign.
Yeah.
That's the sign that's down right now, like starts at 4 feet, I think below the road frontage. I think the idea was the base was taller, push it up.
Where-
That's the one on Old Mill Parkway.
Yeah, what's the location?
No, this one's, the location of this is east.
Yeah, what?
The plan is like that. It's going to, down, please, down.
Down this way.
This one is going, goes in here, somewhere in here.
I didn't see it on the right. No, it's over there way onto the right. It's just in front of the dumpster.
That's
Building
one
2,
sign.
yes,
One
that's
sign.
one.
There's one way up on.
Go back to the one.
See 25, 25, across the street. That's the sign.
Right, yeah, right.
Wait, oh, there's one, how many monument signs are they allowed to have?
So that's one sign, and that's the second sign.
But I thought there was one on Old Milton Parkway too, right?
Yeah, they,
Yes, and then we have another one.
There's one here, well, there's one in here.
Oh, okay.
One per street, right?
no, they can do those.
Wasn't that too many streets?
So they got,
And then that one right there.
Yeah, and the other one would be a directory for the other building.
You're good with all those locations?
Yeah.
There's 2 10-foot tall signs and one that looks like it's 8.5 feet, right, which is probably for the other building.
There is one sign that says Waffle House and at the corner of the Morris Road, I think, and Parkway, but
I'm just kind of on the size of the sign. A 10-foot, Brett, that's pretty, I mean, that's on the big side, right? A 10-foot tall sign? I mean, usually
That's
these
the
things,
max.
usually these things are like 8 feet tall.
Well, what do we have across with Quick Trip right there, right across the street?
It's not nearly that big.
No, it's not, but it's also upgrade
It's
from
it's kind of up on a.
the street.
Up on a.
It's probably 3 foot high from street grade.
So rather than guessing, on your site plan, you need to say where monument sign is, you need to say where master sign 1 is, where master sign 2 is. Rather than us guessing the locations and how, where it sits in the grade and,
It just says. No, so I think we.
I have no idea where master sign 1 is, where master sign 2 is, and where
So
the
instead of us
monument
saying
sign
just
is.
25, they're saying to specifically put master sign 1, master sign 2, and master sign.
Yeah, it wasn't obvious that 25 was
And
the
there's a
sign.
sign on the building as well, so,
Yeah.
Plaza on Milton. So if you look at the perspective, I think of the front elevation, you'll be able to see that.
So that's labeled building sign options. It just says reverse lit channel letters individually mounted to the buildings.
So Brett, we're not looking at building signage?
No.
Not at this point.
You guys don't necessarily have to anyway. The office part wouldn't get any signage other than beside the door. The 2 restaurants, I figured kind of silly to make them do a sign package for 2 signs, so I'll just look at those.
So the,
I can, yeah, there's not required, signage wouldn't be required to come to you guys.
I mean,
So-
the renders look okay, right? It's just the details.
so this is not allowed, what we're seeing on the screen?
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's building sign options, okay.
Yeah, because they're reverse lit, yeah, so they can.
So they're gonna have, it's the building
They can-
sign's gonna say Plaza on Milton,
Yep,
up top somewhere, all right, where is that gonna be located?
that's on the old Milton side.
Well, all right, and
It's shown on that front elevation.
let's go back there and let's take, let me find that.
First perspective,
Yeah, the first perspective.
yeah, you love this one. This is what we put in the sign to go.
With the dark colors or the light colored letters?
Dark colors.
Okay.
So it can show against the brick.
Sure.
That
But it'll
does-
be, yeah, it'll be dark, okay.
And it'll be illuminated from behind, is what it'll say. That's what the sign guy says.
Just
Yeah,
kind
So
very
it's-
subtle.
So is staff comfortable reviewing all of the
Yeah.
signage stuff?
So you would want for both building, both sides.
Are we
One on the building,
Let's move on. No,
one
not
on
for
the
signage.
clock, right? And
I
one
think-
at the entrance of each of the buildings.
Yeah, I'm figuring, yeah.
Yeah, I can do
The only thing I suggest we look at the size. You know, Old Milton, I guess cars are going a little faster, but on Old Morris, do you really need a sign that big?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, on Morris Road, you know, it's a little big for that little side street.
All right, and I'm dropping back to the building sign, Plaza on Milton or whatever it says. I think it needs to have a little bit more, looks like, make it look like it's been thought about.
I like it. Just my opinion. though.
I actually like it different.
Okay,
So we'll deal with the proposed signage.
Well, we
I
have,
would,
No, we'll see what they say, but it's probably gonna come back to staff.
Yeah, I think it's always.
it's coming staff. Okay,
I do want to talk about building lighting.
yes, we've got lighting to do too. Okay, all right.
Can you please go to the picture that you have, the updated version of the front showing the building lighting? I think there's a few slides back. That one. Yes, and, yeah, there you go. That's a little, yeah, that's different than what we've got. Is that the proposed lighting, your final proposed lighting? Looks like you have maybe 3 different styles going on.
They do, don't they?
There's also, I mean, that whole dark surround is now gone.
These are the
It's black.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you can, so those are the actuals?
Yeah. Well, if we go to CL2, oh, there you are. You're gonna have all 3 of those lights?
They're very busy.
Yeah. I think you need to stick with one light and
Oh, and there's gooseneck too.
Yeah,
one
So there's
type of
both.
lantern and one type of gooseneck.
Yeah, I agree.
not multiple styles and shapes and,
And
no, everything needs to be the same.
Yeah, the elevations are showing like second floor is the gooseneck
goosenecks,
and the
yeah.
bottoms are the other ones.
But on that cut sheet, there's 3 different kinds of lanterns, they're all very different.
well, but yeah, and the ones on the dark, I see what they're doing. They're trying to make them stand out, so they're trying to do the dark on the white brick or the
Yeah.
white brick, and then. But I think that one would be just fine. Probably the darker
I
lantern.
mean, this is contemporary, that's traditional, that's
Yeah.
Yeah, there's,
transitional.
So maybe just recommend picking just 2. One gooseneck style and one lantern style to go to work with all of it.
okay.
And is there any lighting proposed on the second building? Yeah, exterior lighting, because I don't see any elevations. I don't know what's where. So there is lighting proposed.
Not on A101. Yes, yeah,
Yeah, I think we need to,
yeah, we got to,
yeah,
yeah. Conceptual. I think we can do a conceptual site plan.
Yeah. Site plan, once we understood it, I think it was okay. It was all there. And we can cover the retaining walls and the elevation.
Yes, yeah, yes.
So you can do site plan, I'll do elevation materials.
Or somebody, all
There we
right.
go.
And then I know we have site lighting too. There was a photometrics study done there. So just hit that, and then I think we're done. I think we're all done. Okay.
It's up to Pat on landscaping if he had enough.
So we've got the site lighting.
We need it now, I don't think so.
Um,
I'll handle the elevation.
How tall are the light poles? I'm gonna see how tall they are, but. No, we need to do Napa. Yeah. All right, we're not sure. I think we need to figure out how tall. Obviously, they've done a study, so whoever did the study knows how tall the light posts are, but. Yeah, and then the study also shows light fixtures on building 2. You think it's 16 feet?
Only I'm looking at the item number, and it's 16 total.
Okay.
It looks like 16
Okay.
foot, I guess.
All right. It's only in the freestanding lighting is only in the parking area of building 1. No, there's some, okay. All right, we need to know that. Okay, I think we've looked at everything. All right, let's see if we can't craft some motions, please, on. I think so, I think that's,
All right.
yes.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230010, I'd like to make a motion that we conceptually approve the site plan. End of motion. We don't have Richard Owens, is that okay?
Okay, a motion by Ms. Rocco, a second by Mr. Corkle for a conceptual site plan approval. Any Any comments, questions about the motion on the floor? I think Mr. Owens had to quickly step out for a restroom break, but he participated, and we still have a quorum, so we can vote on that. All right, no further comments or questions about the motion. I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 5-0.
He's here, let's see if we can get his vote.
All right, Mr. Owens, we're voting on conception.
I had underestimated the time it would take you to talk about the light.
We did a conceptual
All right,
approval of site plan.
we just voted on a conceptual approval of site plan. Are you in favor of the motion? All right, if you'll just raise your hand, okay, very good. All right, so the vote is now 6-0.
We also put you on a mailing list.
And signed you up for a few websites.
How did you end it?
Okay. All right, maybe some of these can be combined or
So I'm
something.
I'm gonna talk about elevation and materials. What we're gonna do is defer elevation materials, because I think there's quite a number of things we needed some more specificity on. I'm gonna go through those. The first one is what we had on our package differed from what you showed us, and that made it extremely difficult for us to follow what was going on. So it would help the next time to get the latest set of diagrams and renderings with all the materials called out. Then some of the things that we talked about.
Are you making your motion now?
I'm just telling them what all the items are.
Good.
The motion's just going to be to defer.
Okay.
Right.
Good.
But I want to, before I do that, I'm going through the things that we wanted to see,
Perfect.
right? And these are not in any particular priority order, but we need to see what the awnings are, the detail on the awnings, because there was a lack of clarity on that. We wanted to see some enhancement on the rear facade. We need to clarify the building lighting, because that was a little unclear, and we'd really like you to, I think, not have so many different kinds of light fixtures on the building. A little more consistency, right? Maybe we talk about maybe one lantern and one gooseneck style. On the concrete walls, we don't want to see any exposed poured concrete. So you're going to have to face it. Any place that the concrete would be exposed, I think the only place to talk about would be okay is where it's on that walkway behind the building, where it's right up against the building, and nobody's going to see it but if you're going to see it from the parking lot or the surrounding property or from the streets
Or the patio.
it needs to be treated. I think a brick facing would be a good way to go. We need samples and details on the other retaining wall material, right? What that's going to be. Yeah, show us. The best thing would be if you could. I know those modular blocks are big and heavy, but they have samples, right? They have. So if you could bring a sample picture, if you. Yeah. So we can see what those look like. Let's see. Did I miss anything? I think those were the main things. And then again, if we just clean up the renderings and everything so we have good clarity on what all the materials are. Good called out. And yeah, we didn't, so signs is gonna, I think we're ultimately gonna just defer that to staff. So. All right, so having said all that, so I just wanted to make sure you had all the things that we kind of talked about that we wanted to see next time. So Mr. Chairman.
All right, before you say that.
Yep.
I have to do one thing. Are there any public comments about this application? All right, there are no public comments. All right, now you're set.
All right, regarding DRB 230010 Bridge Road Holdings, motion to defer elevation of materials for applicant to consider the comments from today.
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Swing and a second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments or questions about the motion to defer? I'm sorry, you had a comment, yes.
It'll be a,
We get comments that say, and once we get the comments incorporated and ask the review of staff, and we start civil.
you can start civil with landscape and site. So we haven't got to landscape yet, so we'll see.
You've got the conceptual site plan approval, yes, but you also need conceptual landscaping approval to move forward with that. So we haven't gotten the landscaping yet. Okay, all right. But right now, the motion is to defer exterior elevations and materials. Any further comments or questions?
That's including lighting, correct?
Building lighting.
Yeah, that's building lighting. There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 6-0. Okay. All right.
So, Brett, regarding the landscaping, I've got notes in there about adding that northeast corner planting off Old Milton, the HVA screening, wall buffering, the lesser get dumpster screening. How comfortable are you with us letting staff review that? Overall, I myself I'm okay with the landscaping overall, but those are my specific areas of concern.
No, I think we can, I think there wasn't a super amount of uncomfortableness, so I think staff can handle it. Sarah's got all the notes, so she knows what she needs to push forward. I saw her over. She was taking shorthand over there, so.
We'll see how the board.
Yeah.
All right, I will make a motion regarding DRB 230010 Bridge Road Holdings landscaping, that we approve the landscaping, but it is submitted to staff for final comments, specific comments regarding adding planting at the northeast corner. Northwest corner.
I mean, that's what you're talking about, right?
Screening of the HVAC equipment, the wall buffering, and to a lesser degree, the dumpster screening. End of motion.
A second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Corkle, a second by Mr. Owens. Any comments or questions about?
Just clarification, you're talking about where the front parts, where it meets Old Morris Road?
Yes.
Right there. Yeah, that'd be,
Northwest.
yeah.
That's it, correct.
Northwest, that's the tree save area, or what
Yep.
is being called, okay. All right, any other questions or comments? I think, I mean, I feel comfortable with staff doing the getting down.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, very good. Any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 6-0. Okay.
Do we have to do anything on signs or even a motion or anything?
I mean,
Well, we
it was
talked,
in there, so we should probably have a motion of some sort to whatever whatever you want to do with it. I think I have the context of what you want, so.
well, we don't know what the materials were on the monument signs.
We're just
right?
going to have staff final, we're just going to have staff approve. I think
Okay.
that's the point.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we got site lighting to, all right.
Regarding DRB 230010 Bridge Road Holdings signage, we defer approval of elevations and materials of the signage to go to staff. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Corkle, second by Ms. Palmer. Questions, comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 6-0. Okay?
No.
Very good.
Take a step.
Are you talking about photometrics or because he referred to
No, say site lighting.
Site lighting, we don't know how tall the poles were and.
We need
Site lighting and building lighting.
And, well, the building
I
lighting.
included
we
that
could-
in the elevation.
That's
did?
my
Okay.
question to make sure that.
Okay, go for it.
I think we just,
For DRB 230010 Bridge Road Holdings, I make a motion that we defer site lighting. And a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Palmer, a second by Mr. Swing. The first site lighting. Any other comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No oppositions. Motion passes 6-0. Very good. Okay. Thank you for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to try to squeeze in one more application before our recess, so we'll let yes, why don't we just stand up a minute? We'll give the previous application time to, are you with Napa?
Are you electronic? Go ahead and set up over there. Yep. Hey, Paul, just call me Monday and we'll talk through it. You probably can't read my chicken scratch, so.
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, when we reviewed this. Yes. We reviewed this. Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see.
Don't get your hopes up.
Yep.
It will be good. Yeah, we have more questions about it. We did a preliminary review of the package. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? It's like, they submitted this last time, but they pulled it because they had like every kind of material. Or they submitted this.
I'll leave this out.
I don't ever remember seeing this building come before us in my tenure on the board. I think this was a Fulton County adopted building that got annexed into the city.
These are delicious.
Yeah.
Those are very dated.
No, I think we're just waiting on them to get set up and then gonna go. Their description.
I know, that's what I just said.
Katie and
Yeah.
Pat just ran to the
So
restroom.
they'll be thrilled. I like the simplicity of the lettering.
Yeah, it just could use some dimension. It looks flat.
Yeah, like this one. That one looks like it has dimension.
Gosh, that application was an hour and 20 minutes.
Like you said, there was a complicated site to understand.
So,
I've had 4 meetings similar to that.
Okay.
All right.
We can start with
Okay. All right, next applicant is Napa. So, good afternoon, welcome.
Good
If
afternoon.
you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself today, and then go over the packet with us, please.
So, my name is Eric Spangler. I'm with painting contractor Finite Reimaging. Napa has awarded this project to us with the concept of painting this building blue, as you can see on the right side. It's my understanding that Fairmont Signs has already come up in front of you guys previously, or a sign vendor of them? No?
No.
Okay.
No, but they technically don't need to, so.
Gotcha. Okay.
Signs can get approved by staff.
Gotcha,
So-
gotcha.
and that's
So the
why Brett's saying
concept,
that.
the
So-
existing building is on Mansell Road, and it looks like this item right here on the left. And the concept, the new rendering that they want to go with is on the right.
So,
So we're only looking at the building color then?
Just
Nothing with the sign?
building painting is all,
Nothing with the sign.
nothing with the sign.
Okay.
do you have what you're doing on the other elevations of the building? Or proposing?
Don't look at the signs. This
Is the
is
yellow stripe part of the sign, is that an illuminated thing, or is that your paint?
paint.
It's paint,
It's
okay.
painted on the building. This
Yeah,
is
they
what it'll
showed
look
way
like.
too much signage on this other stuff, so don't worry about signage.
Yeah, don't look at the signage. Here's just the color of the building.
All the way around.
All the way around.
Smokes.
And that, it's my understanding that Napa has actually done this in the city of Marietta already, by the Big Chicken.
I saw.
Yep.
Well,
Thankfully, we're not there.
let's keep that in Marietta.
Yeah, we got, I was hoping for less blue.
Yes. I can't approve the, no.
You know, we had another applicant across the street that had bright blue roofs like this that we disapproved, and they pointed to Napa as an example that, look, you
Yep.
allowed blue over there, right? And we
Well-
said, well, we wouldn't do that today.
Well,
Right.
I don't know that we even did it in the first place.
Yeah, we probably,
I think this was
it's been this way a long time, right?
Yeah, I think this was pre-design review board.
So the existing building already has a little blue and gray on it. Obviously, I'm trying to please my client, which is Napa. What would you guys consider in this scenario? They want something that's eye-catching when you drive down Mansell Road.
Something more muted.
I mean, everybody wants eye-catching, but I mean, I would have preferred to see the building go more white and have less blue than add blue.
So there's a million white buildings right here.
It could even work with a gray, with a shade of gray that complements the blue and reduce the amount of blue area on the face.
Like below the yellow line, kind of maintaining somewhat of what they
Down
used to have.
Yes.
Would we go as far as allowing like blue and white, like the blue and gray, and then the blue and white, blue and yellow stripe, with just the yellow stripe is shown?
Yellow's tough.
It goes gray and gray.
Yeah, I know Napa colors obviously are blue, yellow, and they do have a gray, but they don't have any white in their colors.
I like the gray idea. More overall gray though, with the blue incorporated, and the yellow in the sign, there's a lot of yellow in the sign, so the yellow stripe might be.
Almost enough color.
Is, the building splits about right where your hand is, correct?
Right here, yep.
No, I mean, vertically.
Right here, yes.
Yes. What is it, is there anything that it does on that other side as well?
Right here, on the right
So
side.
right there. So what if they were to do on, call it the sign band, where in this picture it'd be to the left of the Napa at the top, and then go back to your front picture. And then it would be continuing across to where the windows stop. What if they just did that in the blue to give a blue with their background for their signage, and then the rest of the building maybe went with their gray with a blue coping at the top, just the metal coping.
Okay, can you get the pointer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, he's got it. So
The building sort of inverts, correct?
Yeah, right here it goes in, setback.
Full setback, yeah.
Whatever, setback.
So my thought was maybe just this part and wrap the corner in the blue. Everything else and all the way around would be the gray, and then then do a blue, bring the blue back into the cap.
That's a great suggestion, because
Because the blue sets off with the sign.
And yeah, you're gonna grab attention to that.
And that's really what they want, because they wanted more signage, and I said, no, you don't, with the layout, you don't get more signage, and you're not gonna get variance for more signage likely. So then, that's when they said, well, then we wanna go to our paint scheme. So I think they might, and obviously he'll have to go back to them, but I think if we give them the blue here and around the corner, that's their big visibility anyway. You have yellow there in front of the door. That would be okay.
Yeah, let's come back to the yellow in a minute. The only thing, Brett, if we do what you said, that left section will just be one big gray blank wall.
Cap. The
Right.
cap would be blue.
You'll just have the cap, right?
You have the cap.
But maybe if that top section, I mean, we could use 2 tones of gray, right? A lighter tone at the bottom and then at the top a darker tone, so where there's no blue, continue to dark, something. I'm just afraid it's just gonna be one big gray wall with a blue line on the top.
It would be.
It would be.
Yeah.
I like the thought.
I'm trying to not defer it, is where I'm trying to.
Yeah, I hear you, I hear you, yeah.
I like the thought of breaking up the geometry of the long rectangle to the right, the heavier, almost square rectangle to the left, to put a different color on each of those panels. And geometrically, I think that would be a pleasant blend of shapes in terms of the way the color brings the shape forward. And then you'd have the Napa in the way that you had it on the other rendering at the top of that blue space.
Well, let me ask this question to the applicant. If we're coming up with options, do you have to go back to Napa and get their approval?
Well, I'm gonna present it to them and see if they will allow it.
Because I think right now, we're telling you, we're not going to approve the blue building.
Right.
Okay? And then we're looking for options or searching for options to.
Yeah, I'll create any kind of rendering we need to get this thing
You
approved.
said they have a gray.
Yeah, they have a standard Napa gray, which is actually what's on the building now, what they call Napa gray.
So have you ever had any experience with them sort of
Two-tone?
darkening or lighting that one way or the other? You saw that, right?
I don't think they're gonna go for that. They'll go with the same color scheme if I absolutely had to. We've had to do that in the Northeast, the blue and the gray.
I think that's a reasonable approach.
Yeah, they don't wanna change their standard
Just
gray.
keep it as it is.
Keep it as it is, just go to their colors, freshen it up.
Yeah, that doesn't need approval to keep it as
I
it is.
agree.
Right.
Sort of does, wouldn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
And the signage wouldn't either, so you could say, deny this, he's got direction to go back, well, that's denied, but we can do what we have,
Yep, freshen it up.
freshen it up.
But does the blue paint color change from what's there now to what
Well, I mean,
this?
it's
It'll
still
look-
their blue.
That's the Napa blue right there.
Yeah, it's still their Napa blue, but that's been there,
Just
that
paint.
one's been like that, I want to say. at least
15 years.
15,
Yeah.
18 years.
Yeah. Middle of the 90s, last time it was painted.
So it's
Late.
faded significantly. So
Yeah.
it's going to look a lot different, but I don't think their EMS colors change.
Okay.
And how do we introduce the yellow trim? Can we introduce the yellow trim with what we're saying we're going to freshen up, or we're going to leave the yellow trim out?
You leave the yellow trim out.
So there's a 6-inch CMU block that goes, you can't really see it right here. It'd be a perfect spot for the yellow trim.
I think some of us
I think we're saying deny it, just leave it as it, kind of go with as it is, and if they don't want to do that, then they have the option to come back with.
Yeah, another rendering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we need how do we need to formulate a motion to move?
You need to do, if it's your choice, I think you need to do a denial on the blue and the yellow trim around the building.
No,
And
just,
then
Just
Deny.
Then it's just a repaint.
Well, yeah.
It's up to
Just
them to
deny it,
just
because
deny.
then it's a repaint if they just go with what they have.
So we just need to deny the.
And then that tells them that the yellow is denied even on a repaint.
Right.
Or just say denied or not approved.
Yeah.
Whatever the,
Mr. Chairman, for DRB 230014, for the Napper store on Mansell Road, I move that we deny a redo, a recreation of the proposal, but instruct Napa to freshen up what they have with the blue color in the same manner that it's there now. End of motion.
I'll second.
okay, so we can have, all right, we have a motion by Mr. Owens, a second by Mr. Swing. I should have asked for public comment before this, but
We have any-
but there is
we have
no,
any public
there is no
comment?
public comment. Okay. All right, so let's have a discussion on this. So it's denial of what's being proposed,
Yep.
but that the option is for Napa to repaint or refreshen up the building with the identical colors that are there now.
Same scheme,
Same.
same scheme, same colors.
Okay.
And then they would get their new brand of signage.
Okay. All right, everybody clear?
You say same scheme, same color, the word is identical.
Yeah. I
What's
guess.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Clear as a blue sky.
Well,
Okay.
sort
Blue
of.
as a Smurf.
Yeah.
Okay. There being no further comments or questions about the motion, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right. Thank you for your time this afternoon, Eric, and your patience. And we are going to now take a short recess. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. James, are we, we're good. All right, let's go ahead and end our recess and get going with our next applications. So next up is KM Homes. Looks like you're here. You're set up for us. If you make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourselves, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Perfect. Well, hopefully everybody had a good lunch, and thanks for having us here today. I know it's getting to be a longer day here. My name is Doug Strahl with KM Homes. A little bit about us. We're a residential home builder. We've actually been based in Alpharetta for the last 13 years. We were previously in a self-built building on Old Milton Parkway. In 2013, I believe, we purchased the Chatham Center, which is adjacent to the Marriott. We've been there. We sold that in 21. And 6225 Windward, we just purchased that, and it's going to be our new corporate headquarters. So we're excited today to kind of propose what our plans are for that site. Come on. No? All right, you need a clicker? All right. More technical difficulties. All right, so the property that we're talking about is the old Bank of America building. It's located at the intersection of Windward and Marketplace, right adjacent to the, I think it's firehouse number 82, the Alpharetta Firehouse. The existing building's 5,500 square feet. It also has a 4-stall drive-through banking area, which under roof is about 1,900 square feet. Part of our proposal is going to be to close that and make additional office space. So the total office space will be somewhere around 7,500 square feet. There's currently 43 parking spaces on the site here, so there's more than adequate parking to accommodate the additional building space that's on there. You can go to the next one, Mark. Okay. This is actually just showing where the existing lighting is. One of the requirements, there's 13 LED lights that illuminate the property as well as the building. There'll be no changes to that whatsoever. Okay. As far as this is a drone shot that we had taken. All of the services and HVAC equipment is located on the top side of the building. And it's also shielded by a parapet wall that runs around there. We took a couple shots from both Windward Parkway as well as from Marketplace, right here. So all that is visually unobstructed from view from both of those locations, both walking or vehicular-wise. And then our anticipation is that we'll actually utilize if there's additional units that are to service the additional square footage on there, that location as well. If we have to do it somewhere else, we'll provide the same level of shielding so there's no visibility of that from anywhere around the building. The site itself has pretty mature landscaping. It's been there for a while. We did actually employ a registered landscape architect to go out and do a landscape survey for us, which would be in your packet. We also have a copy here. Part of what they noted, I don't know if you can really make it out here, but there's five pink spots that are on here. Those designated some trees that had some major trunk damage, so they need to be replaced as part of our plan here, but that needs to be evaluated. One of the other things is that some of the shrubbery is kind of beyond its life cycle in here, so we probably want to reduce some of that. Again, this is going to be our corporate location, so we want to make it a show place, so we want to make sure everything's as fresh and clean as possible. But as far as altering the existing plan, we don't have any plans of doing that other than just replacing what's dead and making sure that everything there looks good and healthy.
Any plans to limb up any of those trees on Windward Parkway?
We would love to if we can.
Can?
If we can, we would love to.
Oh,
yes.
That's what they can.
Yeah, because right now the canopy's gotten kind of low in there, so if we could actually raise that a little bit, we'd be excited to do that.
I think probably Alex could help them with that, couldn't he? As far as how much they could and stuff?
No.
Alex Brunson, landscape architect.
Oh, now you go with it.
Now I know his name. I saw it on the plan.
Yeah, I don't think he gets the ego for that. We'd love to do that, just create a better, visual impact of the building.
You just don't want to. You just don't want to let the mow and blow guys take care of that for you because they'll end up killing them. And
oh, for sure.
Yeah. I think all those, even the park and everything is so low canopy that you do yourself a favor.
It has not been really kind of maintained to that level in several years here, so we would definitely want to do some of that to increase the visibility of it. From a signage perspective, there's actually two existing signs that are on the property. There's one that's on Windward Parkway, it's indicated by 3 dots here in the site plan, and one is in Marketplace. They're currently red in the old Bank of America logo colors. We've got our signage proposal here, which we've actually already sent over to the Windward Business Association and have received approval on that. And then this will adhere to what all their standards are as far as the colors. There's a specific stack stone base on there, so it'll match up exactly what's required for Windward right now. And then elevation-wise, here's some existing shots of the building itself here. So you can see this front elevation. This is what faces Windward Parkway. So you definitely have a direct view of the drive-through the bays that are over there, as well as the Bank of America red stripe that's on there. Depiction here of the left-hand side of the building. And most of this from Marketplace is pretty well obstructed by the landscape that's in place with maturity of what we've got there. This is from the existing rear elevations, so this would be from the firehouse actually looking towards the back of the building. And then on the park side, which is now the new expansion of the greenway, this is what you can see on that side, which is the drive-through. For our proposal, what we're looking at doing is really, taking the existing architecture, just trying to update it, make it look a little more modern, a little more contemporary, and more in fit with kind of what you're seeing the trend that's out there. I provided some paint samples that are up there, which is probably a better reflection of what the color scheme is. This looks a little bit stark white as far as what we've got on here. But the proposal would be to take the drive-through area. That will be fully enclosed here. I think the storefront windows are about 12'8" in height there from the slab up there, so it's a pretty good visual as far as the amount of glass that's had on there. And that will tie in at the same level as far as the existing building there. We will then complement the colors that we've got right there with having some more of the, I guess like an aluminum shield or cladding right now that's actually above the current entryway. That'll be done in the dark gray color. I believe the paint sample's over there. The brick itself will be painted. It's a egret white. And then there's another accent strip that shows up on the sides and on the back here, which is the iron ore. And you can just depict that. We'll try this one right here, which is really just this bottom banding right down here, just to keep it cleaner as far as where it's actually landscaping.
Just to clarify for the lighter color,
yes.
It says Sherwin-Williams 7190. This one is 9170.
Yeah, I think we have a little bit of
dyslexia.
right there. So one in your hand, the actual turn one star is the color.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right.
So are you doing, so with the enclosure of the drive-through area there with the glass storefront, what kind of mullions or what is the framing for the storefront? Is that matching?
It will not be matching. We're going to redo all the existing right here. Actually, we're going to repaint the existing here. It's going to be done in a storefront black, so it'll be like a black or bronze.
Okay.
And everything that's new will be matched to the same color here. So
Okay.
the depiction is more like the regular, it's hard to tell here, but all the mullions of that would be in a black.
It's aluminum black. It's the matte black for the store.
Okay.
So the real three colors that are in play at the site here. So this is just a comparison of the existing elevation and what we're proposing for the new one. I mean, we're excited about it. We think it's going to give something that's kind of fresh and contemporary to the area, match some more of the newly renovated stuff that we've seen along Windward Parkway. And here, any other questions you may have about our proposal?
And walk us around all the other elevations, if you will, again, just
Sure.
kind of, all right, so that's kind of the Windward Parkway.
So this is facing Windward Parkway.
Right.
Obviously, I have a little bit of an angle right here. That's the face of the Windward Parkway.
Okay,
Right
can you
over
zoom
here.
in? Can you zoom in a little bit on those bottom? There we go, okay.
So we'll start here with the left elevation. So the left elevation, this will be the side that's essentially on Marketplace. So if you take right off Windward and take down Marketplace, this is what's on the side here. Again, this actually sits probably about 8 to 10 feet below the road. There's a lot of landscaping along Windward Park or along Marketplace Parkway that probably shields a lot of this right here. That's essentially the left-hand side, facade of the building.
Okay. So, and you're leaving, looks like you're leaving the existing windows and door that's there on that side, on that, okay? Not adding any more windows or anything, all right?
Nothing added to that side. On the rear elevation, we are adding a good bit. Obviously, this portion right here is the existing drive-through area, so that'll all be glass on both the front side as well as on the back side. And then right now, on the existing building, these are about half windows, and these are, is that correct? And those are being expanded, so they're going to have more glass in that location. than it currently is.
So, and then okay. So what's that on the very left-hand side of that elevation?
So the existing, if you go back to the previous slide, Mark, the existing structure, let's go to so that's this right here. The existing structure has this piece. I think they may have done it architecturally just to create some balance with the structure.
Oh, that's what that is. Okay.
It's really just it's a brick wall with an opening.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's what you're showing then on that. Okay. Got it. And I noticed on the rear of the building, some of those existing windows look like they have some sort of film on them or something.
There's a lot of windows that have gotten opaque. They've actually gotten a little bit weathered over time, so those will be replaced.
Oh, okay. Because maybe it was for privacy reasons or security or something.
On the sides and exterior, they did have like a privacy tint, window tint film
Yes.
that is failing and all that, and that's part of the reason why we are looking to replace those windows.
All right,
the ones
very
on
good.
the sides are still in good shape, and we're going to leave those in place.
Okay, very
And
good.
this right here is the half windows that are going to be converted to full windows, as well as all storefront windows in this area right here.
Okay. All right. Yes, if you could zoom in again for, there we go.
And then this is the side that actually is this side of the driveway, correct? So we'll have another point of egress right here, as well as the 13-foot storefront windows along that side of the building.
And this doesn't show it very well, but the drive-through does cut off right here, just on a 2D rendering. It doesn't show that very well. The drive-through doesn't extend that full side of the building.
Okay. So you're extending that glass all the way to the ground then, is what you're doing?
That's correct.
All right.
And everything we're doing as far as that portion of the build-out will be under the existing roof. No additional impervious surface there. It's really just taking the existing roof line and using that as part of the additional furniture.
I guess, do you bring customers into your facility to show them material samples and things?
Yeah, we have a design center that we actually have within this building right here. So for our buyers, they come in and make selections of all the different parts of things.
So is that the drive-through area at your design center, for instance? I'm just trying to figure. I'm a little worried about what you may see through the clear glass, whether you're seeing furniture.
Offices, that was the offices.
Okay.
Essentially, the executive wing for that portion of it. Our design center is actually in the back side of the building, where we're increasing the size of the windows, kind of in the middle of the building, is where our traffic design.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Very good. Any exterior lighting on the building that you're proposing?
No, nothing beside what's already there on the.
I didn't see anything. Okay. How about the flagpole out front? You keeping that?
I think we're going to keep that.
Planning on keeping that, but painting it black to match when we paint the rest of the mullions black, doing the flagpole black there as well.
You have a canvas or metal black on the back side of the building. I was looking for an architectural site plan, but there isn't one. Can you explain that, the size of it and what it is and purpose of?
So just I'll let you.
No, you know better than anyone.
You see it on the left side, just the.
Yes, sir. So you can see it here. Actually, on the rendering, this little jut out there is nothing. I'm not exactly sure why that got put on the rendering. However, this little awning back here, our thought with that is, so there's an existing rear door back here, and with the site, and as beautiful as the site is, and seeing the greenway and all that stuff, just providing like a little picnic area or something like that, like a little outdoor lunch seating area for our employees to be able to enjoy some space outdoors, and just having it covered. And the reason it was canvas or metal was just depending on how the aesthetics goes. I know there's some nice canvas stuff out there, but we're not opposed to doing it in a racing metal or something like that, just for the architectural standpoint.
So what color would it be, the metal or canvas for that?
Most likely it would tie in with this ASEA, I don't know exactly how to pronounce that name, but the gray that would be the stripe and the match the metal in the front of the building.
Well, your rendering says black.
Okay.
Because it's that gray box on the
Yes, sir, it is this gray box.
Yeah, and if you follow the line down, it says canvas or metal awning black.
Okay. It can be either or. We are not.
Just metal's more maintenance free, right? It'll stay looking nicer for a lot longer than a black canvas.
Right, and, you know, I know we can get the racing metal in black existing.
Right.
And powder coated, so that way,
Pre-finished.
that's kind of was our thought.
Yeah.
But from an aesthetic appeal, if you guys wanted that same gray, we can absolutely do that. We're not opposed to. From a maintenance standpoint, yes, the black would be probably more durable finish.
Okay. Any other exterior elevation material questions?
I just thought the elevation that faces
Marketplace?
Marketplace, I just thought that needed a little help. It is seen from Winter Parkway. What help it needs, I don't know.
There is an existing, it's hard to see it, there is an existing little awning, metal awning over that door.
Are you keeping that, or?
Probably. Unless you know, we're not opposed. Yes, we will keep it. If you're wanting more across that, we can absolutely extend that across. I just, you know, you said you didn't necessarily know exactly what, I don't know exactly what either, but
This
we're
location,
open.
this location back here is the bathrooms, so we're going to get more glass in those window-wise. So if we could put an extended awning or something on there, just kind of break the visual side of that wall, that helps.
Are you removing the railings?
That's the handicap access, and
Yeah.
they will stay in place.
Just paint them like iron ore or something?
Yeah, they'll be painted with actually complement the building.
That is something that I am looking into. I know that we have to have the egress, and actually, no, the railings will have to stay. I was going to say, I had that answered earlier this week, that they do have to stay. So they will be painted to match.
So that's your handicap access, correct?
It
Or
is.
it's not?
As well as the front. Front can be as well.
I was gonna say, I thought-
On the front side as
okay.
well, so it's more dual access. But the location for the handicap parking is right here. So
Yeah, it's got the-
dual access.
Okay.
And this is not an entrance. They currently do not have any exterior handles on that door, so it was just for egress for fire escape.
Okay.
Fred, is landscape plan not required, especially for the new addition side? The rendering shows some.
The rendering shows some stuff over there. It's, yeah, I told them that we would handle it with staff, just because they did the existing conditions plan. So I told them I thought we could probably handle it with staff instead of doing a full plan for it, since that's really all they're adding.
I'd like to see something on the right side as well.
If you have some suggestions, I'm sure they're open to it.
You see it?
More?
I think there's three hollies on that side to the left of the door. If you're facing the building, then there's a couple, three tree-formed somethings. Yeah, but again, it's just an elevation because you see it from the street. No, well, yeah, there's that, which is in front of where the drive-through is being enclosed.
This side over here?
That side. So if you look at your existing photos, there's dust touch there. And again, it's a, when you're past Winter Parkway in the side street there, you see a lot of that. So that might be 3 or 4 hollies to the left. Yeah, so.
Any way to connect over to the greenway? We're just always pushing.
There's a sidewalk there.
Is there a sidewalk out
Sidewalk on
front?
the front side, it actually slopes down pretty
It's-
quickly on the
yeah.
side of the building. The retaining wall that's there right now.
It does.
Might be a little bit difficult as far as getting connectability through there, but it does have the sidewalk.
The sidewalk out at the street connects?
Yeah, it's a pretty steep slope over there on that drive-through side. And speaking of that, how about the dumpster enclosure? What do you? Well, that's.
Breaking closure with wooden doors, and the doors are in pretty bad rehab.
Yep.
So that'll be actually done to clean that up. I'll use any good shielding around there, because it's just in the parking lot itself there, but that'll all be cleaned up and painted so it matches the side of the building.
Okay.
And it needs new doors, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. And then on your rendering, you do show some nice potted plants around the, on either side of the front door there. Is that what you?
That was more the artist's.
So we did see your nice pot out here.
It looks good.
Yeah, I think
Because
it.
it's such a big flat. I like that.
Right.
Would add.
We would like to do something up there, but the person who rendered, the artist who rendered it just threw something in there.
Yeah, they also painted the sidewalk.
Yeah, there needs to be something to soften it up, though. Agreed.
Okay, all right. So we really don't need to do site plan, right? We don't need to do landscaping. We've got exterior elevations and materials. We've seen the monument sign.
Well, as far as landscaping, are you comfortable with my comments?
Yeah.
Okay.
They showed it, let's, we can walk.
I drive by there every day. I don't see it.
Yeah, I'm clear as to what we would do on this.
And those comments were really just adding additional shrubbery on that.
He wants to
Mark
enhance.
side.
Is it
The comments were additional shrubbery along
Or
the.
you just add some windows?
side.
I don't know.
Well,
That
this is the
elevation, then just,
Oh, this is,
whatever's happening in front
I didn't hear
of
that
the-
part.
The drive-through's getting, well, our drive-through
That's why
faces.
there's no windows.
Makes sense.
And that we were intentionally trying to keep it lower ground cover instead of it coming up real hard in front of the windows.
I mean, the lines of that new area are clean, and all that, so you don't need a bunch of vertical stuff, you know, horizontal line of something real modern looking, we find or anything.
So, Pat, on that elevation facing
Back,
market,
back to Marketplace.
if they enhance the landscaping, do we need to do anything else to that facade?
Yeah, because right now, what's there now? It looks
A
like.
couple of crepe myrtles is about it.
Yes.
This is your Yukon hollies,
Oh, they're, oh,
cut to look,
Are they?
cut to look like a crepe.
Oh, gotcha.
yeah, that looks like a crepe myrtle.
They're trying to figure out what do we want, how do we
They-
want to specify?
I did look at them, those trees are pretty sad looking right now. I did look this week, they have been recently pruned back pretty good. So I don't know if they will fill back out pretty good or.
Prune back, you mean topped?
They were not topped,
There's-
but I did see that a lot of the full, they were brought in quite a bit and minimized it.
Can you go back to the picture of that side?
I'm sorry?
Can you go back to the picture of the existing on that side?
Yes, sir.
So while we're talking about it, so we can, because I think that's the only
There we
thing
go.
we're
Yep.
not kind of clear on is what we want to do there.
The banks aren't real big on having any shrubs that are very tall, because it's really.
Yeah, so if you enhance the landscaping on the left side of the door, and fix the right side of the door, you can kind of cover a lot of that facade.
It's got that balance and uniform right
Yeah.
now. They would keep very
Yeah, it seems right, yeah.
heavy on there, so I mean, we're certainly open to doing something that looks more aesthetically correct.
You happy with enhanced landscaping there as opposed to
Yeah, I
doing
mean,
something to the facade, to the
I didn't have
elevation?
an answer for what to do with the building, and you guys seem fine with what they have, so.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of thinking about the extend the awning, but then if you add, if you add some hollies that are going to grow up, then you don't really need a big awning, right?
Yeah,
So,
It is kind of an awkward elevation anyway.
yeah.
with that big cutout too.
It's not symmetrical, and it's, yeah.
I mean, the only things I have noted on the elevation materials is I think we want to specify that rear awning that they're going to put in to be in black metal. And then the dumpster.
Yeah.
Right? I think that was about it.
And they're not changing the site lighting. Okay. We've got so the monument sign, you're redoing the monument sign, right? There's two of those, okay. And are you having any building signage, just out of curiosity? No? Okay. All right. Are we good with the monuments? Yeah, we
Well,
probably
no,
can.
do you have a sample of that, because the colors on the monument sign are not the same colors.
That's the windward.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, before anybody does a motion, I'm going to ask are there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? All right, no public comment.
All right. So,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230016, KM Homes, motion to approve the elevation of materials with the following conditions. The rear awning will be in black metal, and the applicant will install new black metal doors in the dumpster enclosure and paint to match the building. Paint the brick to match the building.
Second.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I assume, okay.
Well, I was thinking
All
for
right,
a
we have
second, but it was in the motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Swing and a second by Ms. Rocco. Any further comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, all opposition, motion passes 6-0. All right. Thanks for your time this afternoon. Thanks for your patience. All right. Thank you. All right. Next is
There you go.
Lake
Thanks, sir. Good job.
Lakeview Retail. Lakeview Retail. No?
They're out in the hall.
Oh,
I'll go
okay.
get 'em.
All right. Hey. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, when they're come prepared too, that helps. Did you tell them to go away, Jim, so you could do yours? All right. Are you representing Lakeview Retail?
Electronics will set up back there at that table. You'll just display up on the screen, and then you can talk from that microphone right back there.
Okay, so you still. No, but we have to be done by 30.
Okay.
We got to be done by 30. Okay. Yeah, okay.
This has a few.
Do you have enough for everybody?
There's just 6 today, you lucked out.
Printed 7.
Wow, there you go. All right, thank you. Wow.
You just had an idea that our technology might work. Thank you.
Well, let's leave it for 2:30. You're 2:30. We'll hopefully, yes. Okay. Okay, you guys ready?
Yep, we're
Lights,
ready.
camera, action. All right. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone back there. If you'll introduce yourselves this afternoon and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet or what you've just handed out today, please.
Yep, so my name's Alex Sofchin. I'm representing the applicant for the Lakeview Outparcel retail site.
Hey everyone, I'm Blake Burton. I'm an architect with Square Feet Studio.
Good afternoon, Brian Martin, Kimley Horn, civil engineer.
Josh Thompson, Site Solutions, landscape architect.
All right, we got the whole crew here today.
Yep, we do. We got the whole design team with us.
That's very good. Okay. All right.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to present to the DRB today. The project that is under review is a 2-acre retail site located at the corner of Lakeview and Haynes Bridge. Our plan currently calls for 3 freestanding retail buildings catered to a full-service restaurant that's around 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, a fast casual offering, slash neighborhood market, around 3,000 square feet, and then a 8,000 square foot kind of freestanding retail strip center. The package today that I handed out, it does have a few revisions from the one that we submitted on 4-3. We've given you some additional 3D views from Haynesbridge Roadway, from Lakeview Parkway. We've added in a few different materials, providing you with the trash enclosure material and also another brick variety as well. We've added in some fenestration on each building to meet the North Point overlay requirements, and also shown the utility room locations on the plan. And because this is a retail site, I would like to preface this with the fact that we've given you the information in white box material because the final design of these buildings is not set in stone. It is going to be based on the tenants that we are looking for, and once we do have a tenant locked in, the final design and material selections will be finalized at that point. And so what we've presented today, or what we are presenting today, is really a design theme with a material palette that we are looking for approval of, as well as just our general site plan as well. So without really kind of before we get into it, the two things that I want to say that really drove this design was one, creating a product that was going to be desirable for the future tenants, creating a product that was going to be desirable for our customers and providing an experience for them, and then lastly, really putting forward a product that Alpharetta is happy about, is proud of, and would want in this area, which we think that we've done that with the design. So we're excited to talk through this packet today and get y'all's feedback on our plan.
Alex, thank you for that. All right, why don't you start with the site, maybe just take us through the site plan and everything, if you will, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can see here some of the existing portions of the project. There's the multifamily building, and just for context, there's Haynesbridge Road here, Lakeview Parkway up at the plan north, multifamily, which is under construction, townhomes under construction. Further off to the west is the office building, and then kind of bridging between our site and the townhomes and multifamily is this public green space, which is in place at the moment. So as Alex was mentioning, we have three buildings on the site that are surrounding the parking lot. Retail building 1000 A and B right here on the right side. Restaurant building 2000, which we'll see more detail on our potential direction of it having a rooftop amenity. And then building 3000, which is kind of embedded on the north side of the site adjacent to the green space. And we'll talk more about the site plan with civil and landscaping, but we have a strong desire for a pedestrian connection coming through the site that connects to the green space. We feel like that's very important consideration here to make sure that that public amenity is prioritized and we can celebrate that. On this plan, you'll see these little markers. These are indicating sections where we're trying to understand the existing site, where our buildings are being placed, and what sort of views from the public sidewalks and streets you're going to experience. And this leads into the next page, which shows you just diagrammatically what we're trying to see in terms of what's available, so that we can screen rooftop elements and understand those sight lines, so that any of that rooftop equipment doesn't become a burden or very noticeable from the street at all. So you can see we have some portions of the building, for example, building 3000, which is very much buried into the landscape, and then a little bit more straightforward where we're down in front near the multifamily building where it is a true streetscape condition, just looking at some ways to screen those elements up top.
So Blake, go back to the site plan, if you will.
Sure.
What are the rough elevations of, say, Lakeview Drive there, Haynesbridge, and then your finished floor elevations, for instance?
Yes, so
our finished floor elevations, that parking lot really sits at around 1058, and then Lakeview Parkway, which is planned north on here, Brian, you would say is probably.
Yeah, from the left side, west side, you're approximately 6 feet above the parking lot. As you go towards Haynes Bridge, you get to the point where you're about 10 feet, and as you come around Haynes Bridge, you come south, you're basically on the grade of the parking lot.
Okay.
And that was one reason why we created that walkthrough, because we do want this site to be visually appealing from Haynes Bridge and from the street. And so having that opening near the intersection is just kind of a visual cue, something that's attractive and kind of piques people's interest as they're driving by the site.
I noticed too, it looks like there's a right in off of Haynes Bridge into the site that will be.
Yeah, the right end is currently built as part of the phase 1 portion of the project.
Okay, all right. Very good. Yeah, I just want to give us a rough elevation of what we're looking at as we're coming down Haynes Bridge or we're on Lakeview. So thank you.
Okay. Whoops. Oh my goodness. All right, so this page is showing just a survey of some of the materials that are either existing on site, already built, or in construction at the moment. We've got some larger boards here if we want to take a closer look. What we wanted to do is just take a survey of this and understand what the primary materials are, what the accent materials are, and how those are kind of applied to the townhomes, the CRC headquarters building, and then the multifamily as well. So we're seeing a variety of light and dark brick as a primary material with some accents utilizing either fiber cement board of different shades of gray, charcoal, and some metal elements where we have canopies, overhangs, gutters. And then, as you can see on the CRC headquarters, a little bit of wood kind of trim work in here at the entry. So what we wanted to do is just understand that, what's going on there, and then start to think about ways that we can apply this to this particular project. We want to make sure that it's complementary and kind of fits in with the overall design vision for this site. So what this page is showing is just kind of laying out what our material palette / design guidelines are intended to be at this time. We are using primarily brick for the majority of the buildings. You can see here the 2 different tones. And then coming from that point, we're starting to layer in where our accent materials would be in terms of roofing components, more architectural components like exterior stairs or entry pieces, and then looking at some of the finer details such as the wood decking or underside of soffits. Which page is that? Gotcha. 1 second. I'll show all the candy real quick.
So this probably gives you a better overview of the site plan. This site is part of the master development. You have Colonial Pipelines headquarters as the existing office parcel. We do have a amphitheater down at this end that borders Morrison Lake. There is 60 townhomes as well and a future office parcel that's been approved. This is Haynes Bridge Road right here with the multifamily site being built and under construction right now. There's a pocket park located right here, a central green that separates the townhomes and our retail parcel, which is really this northeast corner right there on Lakeview and Haynes Bridge Road. And so, in our opinion, this is a huge part of the master development becoming successful. There is a future Alpha Loop connection plan up here at this corner that will run behind the multifamily site. The multifamily building does have a 20-foot paseo that runs through it, provides connectivity to the central green in this retail area. So we think there's a really, really good opportunity. Once that Alpha Loop is installed, it goes through Morrison Lake and around the site. But there's to create a great retail area for these residents and visitors to come through on the master development.
Any questions on the site?
Let's see, how about a couple things on the site, dumpster location or locations? I assume this is all part of a master stormwater system that you've got already in place, so.
The stormwater management system has multiple facets, bioretentions and swales, underground storage, as well as some of the lake. And that's all under construction or primarily built at this point.
Okay.
Brian, is there a pond in front as well, like a bioswale?
Yes, yeah, so there's a bioswale that's currently built right here, and then there's underground detention right here. Our site will drain to the center, and we'll have a bioretention bioswale in the center of our parking lot, and then that will pipe to the underground system in the central green.
Okay.
And for trash enclosure, is situated up here in this northwest corner. There's a compactor and then a trash enclosure next to it. And just from how this site plan works, giving access to trucks to pull in and then turn around and then have access back up into the trash enclosure. I think any site provides difficulties in planning these areas, and this was a location that we thought provided the best functionality within the site.
So you've got a pickup dumpster and then you have a compactor, okay?
Yes, sir.
So which one's the dumpster's the squarish looking, all right, and then the compactor is?
So the truck would typically enter from this side, front load the small dumpster, go around, back load to the rear, to the compactor.
And so that, looking at the Lakeview Parkway elevation, I guess you're looking down on that dumpster area?
You are looking down at it. It is going to be a covered enclosure.
Oh, okay.
And we do have materials on the material page that we can show you for wanting it to look as nice as possible. And we do have in this area between really 2,000 and 3,000 is a big central kind of common area gathering space that bridges this connection to the central green. So we did want to keep it separated from that as much as we could, with still allowing functionality for the waste management service.
Any other locations on the site that hide that stuff?
Behind, I'm sorry.
Or to relocate the compactor dumpster that's not as much public? I guess there's not much room left.
Not for this corner.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about the noise at all?
Just kind of the looks, because it's right there, right next to the, I guess that's a grocer or something.
Well, and it's very close to your landscape dining zone.
Yeah.
Well, no, have you heard like Avalon's? It's
Well, they do-
nonstop and it's loud.
Well,
but
they
it's
do
not
those
in a
little,
parking lot.
little shuttle things, those little, what do they call those cars?
Right, but theirs is often like a
Yes.
parking lot.
Yes.
That's the point. They're kind of set away.
Yeah.
If you move that close to pedestrians, it's that loud noise all the time.
Yeah, it's definitely a pain point for I think any site. At the same time, you have to have it close to the retail tenants so that it's not a long haul for them to take trash all the way through the parking lot. Our heavy F&B providers are programmed for these two buildings on the left-hand side, closest to the compactor, so that was one consideration we took, so that they're not carting it, 30 yards across the parking lot every time they have to take the trash out. And, working with our retail broker, we've engaged Bridger Properties to work with us on this site. And a lot of the trash maintenance issues that you see on projects is really dealt with through the leasing agreements with the tenants and providing stipulations for when they can use it and how they can use it. And then we plan to have a pretty frequent pickup schedule probably every day, every other day as well.
Yeah, I can imagine that, especially during the summertime when things get really hot. And
Yeah.
I mean, there is a,
With food and beverage, you do
there is a
not-
restaurant I go to here that I won't name, but I think the dumpster is too close to the dining area, and you get smell and you get flies.
Yeah.
A lot of flies.
Yeah.
And that's pretty close to your landscape dining zone. Unless that's really well maintained and empty frequently now.
Okay.
The wind only blows from the west to the east.
They're gonna put a big ass
Should've put
fan
that on
right
the
over
diagram.
there.
We're gonna put that in as a condition of approval. You make sure the wind only blows from the south.
I knew we forgot to put something.
Yeah, and it also, you'll have to have some heavy landscape screening there along the street side.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You beat that one to death. All right, anything else on the site that we need to?
I don't think so on the site. I think that covers most of it. I think we can get back to the material palette.
Is there a focal feature that we need to worry about there at the corner of Lakeview and Haynes Bridge at this point? No. Okay. And Brett, any council conditions that we need to be aware of?
No, not with this one.
Okay.
They had a building height, but they're over that, so actually it was a maximum building height. It wasn't a minimum, it was a maximum. So.
Okay. All right, very good. All right. And then I guess as we talk about elevations and things too, we're real concerned of what it looks like from Haynes Bridge Road and from Lakeview Parkway. Those are maybe not so much the interior of the site, but because that's a pretty prominent view in a well-trafficked area through there as well. So
it is, yeah. You want to go to those? Well, why don't we go back to the material palette, and then we can get to the views.
Sure. Okay, so just to recap on this one, this is kind of putting together a matrix of the material palette that in the direction that we're headed in terms of thinking about primary materials, accents, and then as we start to get into the finer details, thinking about storefronts, we'd really like to go for an elevated storefront look with a custom steel and glass enclosure. We feel like that level of detail will up the premium quality of this development. And then that kind of flows into some of the hardscape landscape, which Josh can touch on a little bit. And then thinking about some of the different exterior building lighting that create a safe and welcoming atmosphere, and also present a very lively site, not just during the daytime, but at night as well. And also thinking about some screening elements for the trash and dumpster that we were just referencing a minute ago. And so what we're taking from this, and again, this is still in schematic phase, is to start to assign or think about how we assign these materials to the buildings. Retail building 1000, really drawn towards this particular image of the Warby Parker store, where it's a light color brick, black metal accents, a little bit of signage on the canopy, very clean look, very inviting look. It really draws your attention into the tenant space and what's going on there. Restaurant Building 2000, the reason we picked this image was two things. It was to kind of focus on going with a slightly darker palette for this one, just to kind of offset the lighter brick buildings of the other two. And then the very large expanse of glass, we feel like this is a really excellent opportunity because of its adjacency to the green space, that there should be maximum connection indoors, outdoors to that space. So it feels like you can almost open up the wall of this building and step right onto the green space. And so this is one area where we think maybe we factor in the darker brick for this particular building with some of the darker accent metals for the canopy and the shade structures, and maybe it warms it up with a little wood soffit above the dining areas.
So Blake, these are your, I guess, inspirations that you're using. Have you designed anything yet? Any of the elevations?
Absolutely, yeah. We'll see that in just a minute.
Oh, okay, all right.
And then similarly for building 3000, we'll see a very close match to this particular precedent where the idea of spanning that public plaza between the two buildings to create a bit of an outdoor room, and not just to have a space that has tables and chairs, but to actually make it feel like an outdoor living space, so that it feels like somewhere you can grab a meal, come out to this plaza, sit, stay for a while. The green space is right there, and maybe let the kids run free. And so the idea is to really just make it feel comfortable and inviting throughout.
So question on the white brick, is it actually white brick or is it painted white?
Most likely painted.
Most likely, or yes?
We don't know
Yes
the
or-
exact spec yet.
Yes or no?
We don't have the exact spec, but for the multifamily building, it is a red brick that is painted white. I thought I saw
Yeah.
brick.
Yeah, you must.
I think
No,
we
I think
thought,
we
I think we
approved
thought we
white
approved
brick.
white brick.
Thanks.
Okay, so these are a couple new sheets into the package. The purpose of these is to really dive into the specifics related to the North Point overlay, and three things. Looking at the percentage of fenestration on the building elevations, taking into account what are our most publicly visible facades, and making sure that we have enough glazing in there to satisfy the requirements first, but also make sure it feels good and makes sense for the overall project. Again, this is building 1000. You can see the plaza space that spans between them here. And what we're also looking at is where we need our push-pull and plan to kind of change up the articulation of the building itself, not just in plan, but in elevation as well. You can see we're starting to factor in where we have a slight roof line change, maybe thinking about changing the brick to a couple rows of soldier coursing, just to kind of bump it up a little bit to make some articulation adjustment there. And you can see the canopies that are kind of spanning primarily over the entry areas, making sure that we've provided a safe and welcoming environment to these retail spaces, and also utilizing that accent material that we were discussing earlier.
Yeah, and
All right,
the
so
right,
let's
right side
dive-
of that building is Haynesbridge Road, and so this elevation that is the second one down is the view from Haynesbridge, looking in to the site.
Mhm. Can you, Blake, can you zoom in a little bit for us on some of those? Okay. All right, so we've got the one elevation is the Lakeview Parkway elevation, right, of?
Yes. That is currently the view from Lakeview to building 1000A.
That doesn't excite me.
No,
That's like,
Yeah, this one's a bit of a challenge with, you can see where the grade is. So the finished floor elevation of the building is down here about 6 feet on the low end, 10 feet on the high end. Just kind of thinking about, we wouldn't be able to get glazing down to the ground level on this particular facade. So if we do have any fenestration, it's going to be more in a clear story capacity up high.
We do have heavy landscaping on the back.
yeah, that's just not doing much for me. All right, so let's see, what are the other elevations that you've shown?
This is the Haynesbridge side, so you can see from where that grade kind of starts to fall away, and so we kind of even it out, which is where our main pedestrian entry is, providing kind of a bookended storefront entry.
And so this is anticipated as being a retail building?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, one idea that we're exploring, love to get your feedback on, is to kind of break up. So this would presumably be back of house for these retail spaces. And so what we could do to kind of break up the brick wall is maybe utilize, and we've seen some examples around town of, utilizing the mesh that's on the building that allows some greenery to grow up the facade, just to kind of break it up a little bit.
So, got a little confused. I mean, you said the west elevation faces Haynesbridge Road. Looks like Haynesbridge is on the east of the property, not the west.
That's
So-
right, we might have missed
It looks like Lakeview was on the more on the north of the property than the south. I got either Google Maps is upside down or.
So the south elevation is, I guess, if you are looking.
South elevation.
If you're looking south.
I think that'd be into the.
From Lakeview onto our site.
Yeah, I think we might have a mix-up on the
Yeah,
tags here.
that's incorrectly labeled. That should be the
East elevation.
east elevation.
Amesbridge side.
Yeah, the Haynesbridge side should be east, the Lakeview should be north.
North.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. This is the elevation where the drive aisle comes into the site. So what we're trying to do with this building too is to really capture the corners with as much glazing as we possibly can to really make them kind of shine and be, forward facing throughout the development. And then this is the parking lot side elevation showing what we're thinking of would be 3 potential separate tenants on the larger portion of the building, and then a single tenant on the smaller piece. And we'll see some 3D images of these buildings as well, just to help us additional context.
Because looking at that, it looks just like a lot of big flat brick walls.
I think it is.
It is a lot of fun.
Painted.
The other thing just an observation, I was thinking that, because of the color palette you assigned to the buildings, all the way around the corner, Lakeview around Haynesbridge, it's all white brick. Right, both the 3,000 and 1,000 building are both white brick, right? So you have that entire corner is just all white brick. I understand the architecture is a little different on the buildings. So it seems like more variety of materials would be.
So part of the reason why the 2 brick selections in our packet are the white brick and then the darker brick was to be coordinated with the master development and the materials that you see on that site. And so those 2 bricks are used heavily on the multifamily building. Those 2 bricks are used heavily on Colonial Pipeline's headquarters. I think if there is another variety of brick that you would want to see, I think we can definitely take that into consideration.
For such a big site and so many buildings, to just have 2 bricks, is everything's going to be black and white.
I think there's a good opportunity here to complement that with this retail piece.
I think Avalon does a good job of that.
Well,
Little buildings in the middle.
Yeah, well, also Northwind's Summit, right? They've got black and white, but they've also can have a brown tone in there. The one that we did where Lazy Dog is on Haynesbridge, and right down the street, right? That's got black and white, but it's also got some brown tone brick in there for variety.
What about mixing in the concrete from the office building?
I was gonna say, does it all have to be brick? Because there's some other materials that would be kind of cool, unless council said, brick.
No.
Some other materials could be.
It just feels like it could use some variety.
I agree.
And, in general, and then certainly facing that corner so that it just.
Both buildings aren't white brick.
Well, the other thing too is maybe it's not painting the brick. Maybe it is getting a white brick with a white mortar or a black brick with a gray mortar or something.
We certainly prefer the white brick as opposed to painted brick. It's, future, just durability and how it's going to look in the future. I think we thought when we approved it on the other buildings, it was white brick, not painted. Because we've been, on any new builds, we've been trying not to say put in red brick and paint it. We've been trying to say put in white brick if you want white brick. Right?
Okay.
So is building 1000B, the portion that faces Ames Bridge, is that treated more like a back of house as far as the retail spaces?
It would be, yes, primarily back of house.
So is my concern is how to treat that more like a more street facing, how do we dress that up so it doesn't become a back of house condition?
And guess what else you see on the back of the house? Electric meters and shut off stuff.
And so the same goes for 1000A as it faces Lakeview. Is that back of house as well?
Yeah, the portion that's kind of half buried into the grade.
Yes.
So my concern is how do we treat that like it is front of house?
Yeah.
That's a good way to say it.
I think we've tried to accomplish some of that with the fenestration. I think there's probably additional ways that we could try to incorporate that and make it look more as a front of house. I definitely understand the concern from Haynes Bridge and from Lakeview Parkway and not wanting that to look like back of house function.
And something that everyone did do as well is they had the walls separating if there was electric meters, back of house kind of conditions.
Those are a lot of pedestrians.
But I would say really pay attention to that and those conditions from the street.
That's like Alpharetta. We're looking at it from Alpharetta's perspective, and that's our front door, right?
Yeah, it's a very prominent corner, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a thing with Lazy Dog. They're probably up there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a common situation where, right, these things are built and your front is away from the street, but.
So if that becomes a grocer, which is still at 3,000, grocers have lots of deliveries, things like that, and forgive me if you've already addressed the delivery portion of that. How do you anticipate deliveries? How do you anticipate storage of racks, all the stuff that goes along with a grocer? And I get you've got the trash compactor, which is for that grocer more than anybody else probably. Their back of house, and how are deliveries handled?
So deliveries and delivery schedule will be handled in the leasing agreements. We do have a dedicated loading zone, which is that hashed area in front of building 3,000 or 2,000, excuse me.
They won't use that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the tough part is, you can dedicate a loading zone, and the reason why we put it there was to hopefully prevent them from coming into the site and jamming up the parking lot area. But I do agree at the end of the day, drivers are going to go where they want to go. And so we're going to try to do our best to manage that through our leasing agreements with the tenants.
Yeah, I think going back to the exterior elevations, on the Haynes Bridge, Lakeview Parkway side, we're really going to need something more than what we're seeing today. And give it some architectural character and, make it look like it's a front door or.
I think y'all have figured it out from the interior portion.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Yeah.
it's, you can, like Richard said, you guys have looked at it, the interior portion, what's all this front door stuff look like? We look at the reverse of that. And we study that outside of it, what's that going to look like.
Right.
And I think you guys got some work to do on how that is handled, back of house, grocers, all that stuff.
Yeah, I agree that we can look at those areas and find other ways to make it look attractive.
In the model you have up there, can we see what you're proposing for back of house?
What do you mean for back of house?
There you go.
Back of the building?
That's Lakeview.
Right.
Yeah.
So that elevation right there, that's not good.
It looks like a data center. Right? It's no windows.
Yeah, what building is that?
That is 1000A, closest to Lakeview Parkway.
Yeah, this is looking almost kind of from the corner of Haynes and Lakeview at that.
Correct.
At that corner.
So the elevation on the back of the building, that's the back of the building, facing such a highly visible intersection.
Yeah.
That isn't a cut.
Okay.
Sides and really put a cedar light in that kind of cool pedestrian pass through and letting the building really be like a outlet. You watch all this activity happen.
And that's the dumpster.
What's that on the roof of that other building?
That's the multifamily building.
Oh, in the background. Okay.
Yeah.
I think what we're seeing is the other building. Sneaks up.
think that's the dumpster?
There's the little ones and then the covered up.
Oh, you could be right.
Did y'all hear what you just said?
I did.
You, technically, you're supposed to talk into the microphone because you're being recorded. If that's an important detail, if you don't mind repeating it, I'm not sure everybody heard you.
I mean, again, I see everything that leads in off the curvilinear walk leading into that plaza you're talking about. But the building architecture has to stand alone. You know, I get landscaping will help buffer and dress it up and scale and all that.
And I guess this review is not, the intent was not for final building design, but more of the material selections. But for the architectural articulation, it's something that we can take into consideration as well.
So what's the backside of the 1000B look like?
This. That's 1000.
Oh, that's 1000A.
That's 1000A.
Yeah, talking about that backside.
Yeah. So we talk about the material, that sort of stuff we need more.
I mean, maybe even that center gets a completely different material.
And that
makes it look a little more like an individual building.
So, you know, there's like back of house, like there's three exit doors out of the building. And do those have like, you know, those doors say this is one suite 100, and you go to the typical back of house, sits on the back of the door, you know, where are the fire risers, all that stuff.
Yeah, I think we have. Yeah. All right. I think we've beaten this one to, I'm not sure we can do any more. Let's shift over and talk about the landscape before we lose any of our DRB members at 2:30.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
All right. As we went over this before, I'll just kind of reiterate this again. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've already gone through 5 different areas with this. That is, the existing office parcel has already gone through DRB. The townhomes, which also includes the central green right here, the multifamily, and then also the townhome site. And the reason I bring that up is because once we get to our materials, we're basically keeping in sync with everything that has already gone, so that we're keeping with the overall site. All right, once again, I'm just going to draw a line so we have a good gauge here. If we come down, we're looking at our site, it basically comes down through here. We've already picked up these trees that are on the right-hand side of the central green and prior submittals, and then we come over here and move this way. So this area right in through here. Let's see here. We will say, start with the big trees. We're saving this tree right along Haynes Bridge. We're also saving these trees along here, along Lakeview. This one in particular. We are also working with Arbor Guard and David Shawstack to make sure that all of these trees along here are being saved as well. But conditions of zoning call out for this particular tree and this particular tree. This one is already, this landscape is already installed, this sidewalk is already installed, and that tree is already being protected.
Josh, what are those trees up there on Lakeview, the existing?
I believe they're oaks, laurel oaks.
Pretty heavy shade?
Yes, sir. They're pretty established. Looking at one of the other conditions of, well, actually, part of the North Point overlay is making sure that this is a spur off of the Alpha Loop, and having access into it. This is where we're coming down in through here. This is all ADA that comes in through here, and then we're talking about that central spine that leads everybody into this large gathering area, which then piggybacks off of the central green area. All of the hardscapes match what's currently out there on site. We have enhanced concrete through here and through here, plain gray concrete out in front. Right here is our bioswale that we spoke about earlier. We also have that heavily planted, covering up the backside of building 1000B.
What do you got in there, Josh?
Sorry, sir?
What do you have in that pond and that landscaping there? Since I beat that back of house thing to death.
Yeah, let's see here. I knew you were going to get ahead of me, so let's go ahead and get there.
You got some rushes in there.
We do, sir.
And some,
On the big part of it is we've got some. Geez, what are these again? They are river birches. So you have river birch with some different types of. Let's see here. We have juncus. Is that juncus? Blue Arrow's juncus. We've got some Bristol cattail sedge in mass with the trees, and then of course we have a evergreen hedge. So another piece of it is we've broken up the hedge along Haynes Bridge. So you have the hedge right here, which is already installed. In fact, this football-shaped planter right here is already installed. You have your evergreen hedge on this side. Then we pick up another evergreen hedge on this side, and then it picks up again over here and rounds the corner.
I like that layout of the walk connection. Now I'm going to jump ahead of you again.
I know you were.
The parking area to the right of the compactor, and then so you've got you've got, what, 6 parking spaces, and then you've got a row of, it looks like jasmine, and then I'm trying to figure out how are we screening that compactor enough? Are we screening the parking enough from Lakeview Parkway?
So one, we have the step down, we have that concrete wall, we have a evergreen hedge up on top of it. There's also a wooden fence on top of that concrete wall.
There is?
Yes.
42 inches.
Okay.
So you will not be able to see down into the cars.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just says retaining wall.
So the wall's 42 inches tall?
No, the fence is.
There's a fence on top of the retaining wall. How high is the retaining wall?
Yeah. Speak to the height of the wall.
So the retaining wall on the left side, I'm trying to remember, it's shown on my civil plan, but I think it's about 6 foot tall, and then as we plan to the east towards Haynes Bridge, it gains to about 10 foot.
And there's a fence above it.
Correct.
What does that fence look like?
Architecture has an image. It is a wooden.
I haven't found any.
No, actually, I believe that's a picket fence, sir. My apologies. I thought it was a wooden fence. That is a metal picket fence.
So it's just a railing, probably?
Just a railing for fall protection.
Okay. So the reveal side of the wall is parking lot side, right?
Sorry, say that again?
The reveal side of the wall is the parking lot's lower.
Yes. Parking
Okay.
parking is low.
And so all of that should adequately screen that compactor?
At the end, we'll have a roof structure on top of the compactor and dumpster.
Yeah, in some of the renderings, it looks like there's a.
I think you can see that
opening
roof.
at the top. You can like see, and maybe it's just the way the rendering is done, but if you go back to
Well, it can't be a closed.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think though, but you, since you're up and looking down, if it's not adequately screened, you're gonna see into the dumpster anyway.
Right. And you're
Right.
gonna see it,
So I think the screening is gonna be pretty important.
and I just want to make sure that that is all adequately screened. Josh, are your limits constrained by that phantom line type? That's
The
your
property
property
line
line?
there?
That's your property line?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we're able to fit in a hedgerow, and that's about it. Then we get into right away.
So, yeah, I just want to make, I think you're going to see that rooftop. I don't think it's going to look great. So I think we just got to figure out something to really screen all that frontage. Then we got to figure out something on the backside of building 3,000 as well. But that might come up with walls, I don't know what.
Yes, that hedge, I believe, is it's a
It's jasmine, I think.
no, JN. I believe that's a juniper, so more upright hedge.
JN is Jasminum nudiflorum. Just saying. Oops.
Which page?
Okay, we can move on though, but does anybody know the height of that roof and the height of everything else that's exterior of that?
We know that.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's a pretty detailed question.
So, you can see we've got to the right, we've got the trash compactor with the overhead structure screen.
Okay. So Josh, all I would say is if we do a hedgerow along there, is just get something that can get 5-6 feet tall to really screen that area in.
And again, this shot really was aimed, I think, to see the structure. It's not showing all the landscape.
No, there's one row of landscape. I get it, Brian. There's a single hedgerow along there, and I get it. You're constrained by the property line, and
Yes, you could probably get a dwarf thuja, something like that, that's 6 feet tall at install.
it can be like custom. I like the plazas. Look great. I like the variation in height in these plazas and how you guys have addressed those. The bioswales in the parking, it's curbless, right? So it's made for the water. I think all that stuff will be great. So I think, my concerns are out to in. I think all of the stuff, the layout of the walkways and how the Alpha Loop enters through the site and cuts through looks very good. They just don't give you much room at that north end.
Not much at all, is there?
And your retaining walls is there any treatment on those retaining walls, or are they just poured concrete?
I saw that.
They are bare concrete walls that matches what we have going on within the central green and the amphitheater area. So they're keeping with the site.
They're interior facing, right? They're all interior
Yes, sir.
facing?
That's two.
Of course, then you got on the one side, you got the dumpster or the compactor enclosure. I guess that's going to be brick, right? And that bumps into the retaining wall right there. And then the retaining wall comes around and links into the side of the building, I guess, building 100A.
Yeah, I love these plaza spaces. It looks cool.
And the dumpster enclosure will be brick, right? Matching the building, some material, not concrete. Right?
Yeah, it would match the building.
Yeah, match the building, whatever end that ends up being.
Does that grocer, do they have like carts and stuff? Or is it meant to just have like a little,
So unfortunately, Alex, I believe you have a plan to do we're a little later than normal, what I expect, I guess.
yes, we are.
Again, the tenants have not been finalized.
Okay.
We're looking at a few different options there. And we would plan to come back in once the tenants are finalized to present this final storefront configurations.
Okay.
Oh, they're coming back, okay. All right.
I think what we're primarily looking for today is site plan approval. That allows us to go through the LDP process and proceed with a lot of our infrastructure construction while we're finalizing the tenants.
So as we came to learn earlier this morning, you'll need site plan and landscaping plan
Yes.
to submit for the LDP.
Yes, so we're looking for site and landscape.
Okay.
Brett, so comments that we have here, is staff comfortable with the landscape issues? Or
Are you
screening of some things?
Are you gonna put it in a condition?
I can, yeah.
Then yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you don't have to name every single thing,
No,
but
I-
those big,
Just the
Yeah.
majority of the discussion has been, how are you treating the back of house, but, that,
Yeah.
that sort
and,
of stuff.
like you said, a lot of it's pretty limited by the property line, but we can work on, if you said like, we want something around the dumpster wall that's at least, 5 to 6 foot tall with room to grow, we can handle that.
Just, I can state just based on discussion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because, like everything else looks cool.
I think the site plan was fine.
Mhm.
And elevation of materials, I think it's a little more variety of materials, and especially along Lakeview and Haynesbridge, rather than having all one material, mix that up. Make back of house look more like front of house. Are kind of the big comments.
Yeah. We do have lighting to look at and/or signage this afternoon as well.
Okay.
Okay. All right, who wants to just overview on lighting? It looks like that's the next piece or part of our package. A 3-minute overview. How about that? Building and site lighting, yes. Or at least what's in your package that you handed out this afternoon.
It's basically the same poles and heads as everywhere else, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's the same throughout the site.
Yeah.
All right.
Which makes sense.
Ballers, poles.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I assume you'll determine, depending on your tenants, what the building mounted signage or lighting will be, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So that'll be part of the exterior elevation.
Lighting in the outdoor gathering area, adjacent to the central green.
Which lighting, I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
That's June.
Okay.
The string or the Edison or the, okay. All right. And then signage was also part of our package. It looked like it's just some monument signs or maybe some directional signage.
Well, I'm assuming those are probably
Yeah, and I think those are really part of the other package too. I mean, they look just like the ones that we've already approved, basically. I mean, I don't think we want to get too far off of what we've already done with them, and they've got that singular column with the square look to them. So,
The comment I have on any of the lighting is just make sure it's not sharing an island with the tree, because David will boot that out.
Understood.
Yeah, I think we can. There you go. All right, looks like we're getting close to motions. Are there any public comment? Any public comment about this application this afternoon? All right, no public comment.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230015 Lakeview Retail, motion to approve the site plan as submitted. And a motion.
Owen, second.
All right. A motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Owens. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right, that's site plan.
I mean, we don't need to do anything on elevation and materials, right? We gave them comments, they're going to bring back the specifics when they're ready.
We
Right?
just say we defer. Do we need to
Or
defer?
just want a deferral?
Or
It's a
table?
cursory review, right?
I mean, it's really either or.
Agree with it in concept?
Yeah.
Approve in concept?
I'm not even quite
You
there
know
on
what?
concept.
I think this is a cursory review, so we don't need to act on a cursory review for the exterior elevations and materials.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, they've got our comments.
They've got our comments.
Yep.
so
Okay.
I guess it's my turn.
Your turn.
I'll make the motion on DRB 230015 Lakeview Retail Landscaping. We approved the landscaping with the condition that the items discussed, specifically the screening of the back of house, the screening of the dumpster roof, is submitted to staff for review. End of motion.
I second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Corkle, a second by Mr. Owens. Comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Okay? So that'll get you started on your LDP.
I do have something on the, so when it comes to the back of the house and we start talking about screening back of house items, does that fall back into architecture if we want, if we start talking about some sort of a screen wall?
Yeah, I think they need to figure out utilities.
Yes.
I think they need to put them probably on the end of the building facing multifamily, and then do something right there, and they can just run the utilities through the building, you know, similar to we did to like the shopping center out at Kimball Bridge and Old Milton. You know, they've got all the utilities on each end of the building, and then they separated them through. I think that makes it easier to screen than each, you know, you screen one place rather than screen 6 different ones.
Mm-hmm.
So they just need to think about that kind of stuff,
Okay.
and I think that's
Just
in
want
the
to make sure it
works.
didn't
It's a plan.
fall into landscaping that we
No,
already approved.
I think
Okay.
we're good.
Cool beans.
Okay, so we've got lighting, but that's,
I mean, it's,
and signage, so,
yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah,
Okay.
as long as those things are consistent with the rest of the
Yeah.
site, then
okay.
nothing to approve, right?
Okay.
Yep.
All right, gentlemen, thank you for your time this afternoon. Sorry we had some technology issues and we're running behind today, but we got you through. All right. Our next and final applicant is Fulton Science Academy.
Are we losing everybody now? Is Richard, Katie, and Patrick
Okay, we're going now?
not all
Okay.
movies?
All right, Katie, can you stick around?
This one. Thank you.
Can you stick around?
This should be quick.
He's got to go out, Richard's going out of town. You're leaving, Pat's leaving. No. As long as we have 4. Okay. All right.
So we're losing our
Good
two
at town.
landscapers?
Okay, thank you. We're gonna try to make this quick. Okay. Just sit in a chair. How about just put it in a chair?
Stand it so we can see. You can hand us the little ones.
You didn't leave any red lines?
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm assuming that's all.
Well, we can.
Yes.
You know, yeah. This is gonna be- Okay, thank you. Thank you, Katie, for staying.
Yeah,
Sorry, I didn't know. I thought
You got cooking.
What's that?
Yeah, you got
a lot more than that.
See y'all.
Okay, see you, Pat. Thank you. Okay, we have literally, Jim, we have less than 20 minutes, otherwise we don't have a quorum, so, well, yes. Well, hang on a minute, let's get things on the screen, and
Get that out of the way.
I just need to make you sure.
He's moving along.
He is. Make sure you're speaking to the microphone back there, that's part of the process, and then introduce.
I am Jim Weiner with Make 3 Architects. We have Chris Fink, the civil engineer with AEC, and Jennifer Sprayberry, the landscape architect with AEC, and we're here to present two small additions to the Fulton Science Academy, one being a music practice facility, the other being an innovation lab. The music practice addition was approved a few years ago, but it never got built, and we've since redesigned it a little bit. It's a little bit bigger, roughly the same. The materials in front of you are the existing brick. They're still manufactured, so we're going to be matching the existing brick. You're never sure that it's going to be an exact match because you're dealing with clay, so between the use of new brick and the existing brick, you'll see in a minute that we have some kind of inset reveals with metal panels to kind of separate those two. But I'm going to turn over the presentation to Chris and Jennifer so they can talk about the site and landscape.
Okay, just to make sure you understand where we're located here. This site is located between 4400 and Fanfare Way. To the west, we've got the West Side Parkway. And this is an existing facility, existing school, which is operating, as Jim mentioned, two proposed building additions. An innovation lab, which is located here on the north side of the building, which is in more of a service area, current service area. And then a music building addition on the west side of the building, tucked into this corner here. Fanfare Way sits up higher than the site. There's about a 10-foot grade change from Fanfare down into this area here. It's vegetated landscape slope in between the two. This will be basically fed. Utilities will be fed to each of the additions from inside the building. Both areas are really currently at grade, so not much earth moving required to make this happen. There's an existing master detention pond located on site, which will provide detention for these facilities, and will also be providing a lot of production and/or waterfall for the impervious areas. Civil site related aspects are fairly limited, so that's all I've got for you right now. If you have any questions, I'll answer those later.
No, it looks pretty straightforward on the civil site work. Yeah.
Okay, as far as existing tree material goes, you can see this is the new building footprint here. We do have a few trees impacted, existing trees impacted by construction here, utility in the building. None of them are specimen trees. So basically what we're proposing is that we go back in with basically a one-to-one replacement on the quantities and types of trees that were removed. And so I think we're removing a quantity of 19 trees, and we have, I believe we're showing 21 going back, counting the some of the evergreen upright accents along the building. The foundation planting ties into what was previously done on earlier phases of the project, so it just kind of continues that same landscape palette with an evergreen hedge and then some upright evergreen accents. And then for the rest of the replacement, we tried to add to this front landscape strip where it's pretty dense as it exists now, but we are adding some evergreen plantings where we removed the evergreen before And then we do have 3 overstory maple trees going back that were removed in this building footprint here. And then for the frontage, we had 3 maples removed in that area as well. And so we've got a total of 6 going back. And then we just have this little pocket of landscape, if I can zoom into it, right at the entry, where we proposed a mixture of grasses, some foresters, feathery grass at the back, which is a little taller, and then the muley at the front. So that's really going to give some fun movement and texture in that front little pocket area. And that's really it. We're just kind of replacing what we took out and tying into the same foundation palette that we had in previous phases.
Okay. Just looking at the footprint of the Innovation Lab, or your footprint, or that drawing looks a little different than one of the other ones I saw.
Yeah, I think the initial DRB submittal package included the demolition box.
Yes, yes.
And there's been a little bit of modification to the architecture. So this is the most current.
Okay. Okay, so you've kind of created a landscape pocket there for some of the, okay, very good. All right. Yes. Yeah, right is Innovation Lab Music. Yeah.
Zoom into that and,
Okay.
so we did have that pocket in the Innovation Lab. That's just a roof plan. We'll have screening on the rooftop mechanical equipment. There won't be any ground level mechanical equipment. And then maybe we could just jump to the next images so that we can. So this is an elevation kind of looking at the music room addition, which is here and here. This is all existing building. It's a striped brick. There's a greenhouse here. And so what we've done with the music addition is flipped it from the lighter field and the darker stripes to the darker field and the lighter stripes, which isn't reading that well here, but it's the exact same brick pattern matching the existing brick. And then we've got an inset dark metal panel revealed between the two. Just like with this addition, there's an inset panel. This is all the addition that we did a few years ago. This is an elevation of the Innovation Center, and we have basically a brick base, 2 little brick towers, and then storefront glass. And let's go to the next image. Okay, so this is the Innovation Center with the dark brick and the light stripes, dark bronze metal panels, the mechanical screen in the same matching dark bronze metal. This is the existing mechanical yard enclosure. In this perspective, you kind of see the existing bus drop-off loggia, the mechanical enclosure to the right. So we kind of see that loggia and this mechanical enclosure as framing a focal point. And this is just another view of the Innovation Lab. They'll have CNC routers, woodworking equipment, 3D printers in there, and the school would like to kind of have a view into that so that they can see all of the kind of cool equipment. It's a STEAM school. Let's go to the next image. This is the site where the music practice area addition is going. So these are the trees that are being removed. That's a fairly recent photograph. The height of the music practice facility is the height of the kind of back of the stage. Let's go to the next image. And this is just some context photographs. You can see that the music practice facility is below Fanfare. This is the townhouse complex across the street. The music practice facility is here. Innovation is here. It's really blocked by that existing mechanical enclosure. The Innovation Lab is actually behind this mechanical enclosure here, so you really wouldn't see much of it actually as you're driving along Fanfare Road, particularly as these evergreens mature. This is the corner, and that's the existing Fulton Science Academy sign. Let's go to the next image. So we do want to have a sign on the Innovation Lab that would just kind of match the font and the brushed aluminum lettering on the Fulton Science sign. So that's it.
And that's basically facing the drop-off, right?
Right, that's facing the drop-off.
Yeah.
I think the only thing I'm really concerned about is from Fanfare Way, the mechanical units that are on the roof, to make sure they're screened. I know we got landscaping, but let's make sure they get screening. I know you've done that on some of the other units on the roof.
Yeah, we will definitely screen the mechanical equipment. We design, the steel tubes into the structure, and, we'll do that. We don't have an exact height on the mechanical units yet, but the screening will exceed the height of the mechanical units.
And then what will the color be of that screening? Will it match what you've got?
The existing screening looks like right there. The existing screening is white, but I think it would be nice if we're doing the bronze to kind of separate the light brick from the dark brick. And the bronze works really well with the dark brick. It would be nice if that screen, which is centered on this facade, it's almost like a little cupola on the facade, if it also matched this dark
Yeah.
color.
And that's the Innovation Lab, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And then the screen for the
And the
music.
same thing for it's also centered above music. I think it would be nice if that was a dark bronze too.
Okay.
I think, Jennifer, if you could go back to that picture of the existing conditions. I think it was one or two back.
Oh, you have to drive into the school to see it.
There you go.
Looking down.
So I think, you guys have done a great job in putting landscaping in there and this and that. I would encourage the applicant to make sure that gets maintained well. I don't know that it's really, I don't know that there's a good arborist or anything that's been kind of watching over the things. I think the mow and blow guys have been trying to maintain, and some of it just is beginning to look not so nice, a little shaggier and stuff. So just encourage some good landscape maintenance plans and things, maybe a little more development in those areas.
They would agree with you, and I know they, a few years ago, contracted with Gibbs Landscaping at the recommendation of the city, and they haven't been happy with Gibbs, and recently had a meeting with the owner of Gibbs. They also would love to just kind of beautify their campus in general, so there's a struggle that they're having with landscape maintenance. We have Serkan Sieglin here. His children go to the school. He's been very involved since inception, and he's also going to be the contractor for this. He's the owner of Build Line, and he and I have talked extensively about this, the landscape maintenance. So it's on their radar as something to solve, and it's definitely something that they're working hard on. I don't know if you want to add anything to what I've said.
Just on my first.
We're going to make some changes. If there's a job there, soon there will be some landscape modification.
Yeah, I think that's likely to come up in your future public hearings.
Yeah.
So you might want to try to nail that down before those public hearings happen, so that, that can be answered.
Understood.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we get into any motions, is there any public comment? Any public comment on this application? All right, no public comment. No public, so. All right.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230019, Fulton Science Academy, a motion to approve the elevation and materials as presented today with the condition that the mechanical units on the roof will be screened with bronze color screening to match the building material.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing, second by Ms. Rocco. Any further comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed? All opposition? Motion passes 4-0. Okay. Let's see, do we need to do, I guess we need to do landscaping, yes.
DRB 230019, I make a motion that we approve landscaping as submitted. today. And a motion.
I'll second. Okay, motion by Ms. Palmer, second by Mr. Swing. Comments, questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 4-0. Okay, very good. All right. Thank you for your time this afternoon and your patience. We had some technical. We're done. You're done. We're done. In fact, we are done now with.
Where's your gavel?
With there being no further business and with no objections from fellow board members, this meeting is hereby adjourned.